Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We have a special guest coming on today, Crypto Cali. Crypto Cali will be in the live today. Probably guest. I'm gonna have Jesse on as a co-host in a little bit, so guest is probably the way to go. I'll have you up in just a second. For some reason, it only lets me have one co-host. I think Jesse's coming on as a guest too. It'll be more like a panel, if you don't mind. I'll make sure everybody follows you. Sounds good. Make sure you tell them to come over. Everybody double tap. Hashtag FYP in the chat. What's up, Eric? How you doing? Everybody spam the chat today. Everybody hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch. Let's get the views up so that we can have a good show for our special guest here. Sell the whole bag. I think it's gonna pump again. Come on, it's gonna pump again. You got to join the bear club. Nah, the goats. Join the bear club, huh? You know what I say is don't be a bear, don't be a bull, be a goat. Goats love when the price goes up and they love when the price comes down. CRV is doing pretty well. You know what? I saw SXT was doing like a bull flag too earlier. 9.3K likes. We're going to get started in just a few minutes here. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Don't just hit it. Don't just tap it. Smash it. And that's 10K, baby. Let's bring up Cali. Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Of course, man. I've been anticipating this for a while because we all know that Cali is the lovable bear of the space. And some might say that I'm a bear too. I don't think so. I love when the markets go up. I love when they go down. Uh, we had a nice chat yesterday with Josh and MMG Crypto about XRP. And my question for you is, do you think XRP is a rug? Do you think it's a scam? Where are you at, brother?
So, Zach always says that in this space you can't speak in absolutes. Okay. I think that
Absolutely.
XRP has a lot of red flags. I think that it has the setup to be a historical rug if they ever wanted it to be the case. But I don't think it goes down that line. My large concern with XRP doesn't actually come from Ripple itself. What I do believe is that there is, a larger level of MLM scheme, multi-level marketing scheme, which is of course, financed by some really, really big whales in XRP who are obviously going to benefit a lot from, pushing price above its potential true value. Not that in crypto there's really anything that you can call true value, but push it way, way, way above its potential true value. And that's kind of what my concern is with XRP.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a red flag. I think with Ripple holding 44% of the supply, and then they've restructured their escrow.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on just a second.
You're good.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
But yeah, they've restructured their escrow and they're moving way. They used to take and put like, I forget what the amount was. It was like a billion would get released and they put like 750 million back into the escrow. And now what they do is they move it into private wallets and they're holding all of it there. And it's just accumulating in these massive wallets that are just, honestly, that looks like a rug to me, you know?
Very dangerous. Very dangerous. I don't like. It's just the number of red flags for me makes it not worth it of taking that risk.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on it. I think you'd be better off holding XLM than holding XRP, to be honest with you.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and XLM is owned by it's like a private company, right? It's not actually owned by Ripple.
It's from someone who was a co-founder of Ripple. I forgot what his name was, but he co-founded Ripple, and I think he also like co-founded Mount Gox, the founder of XLM.
Yeah, and they're not dumping on their holders. So, and dude, when that thing moves, you make way more money off of it than this. It's way smaller market cap.
Mhm.
It just seems like to me it's the smarter investment. I think the whole narrative behind XRP is going to make it do phenomenal things that it shouldn't do, which is why I'm still invested into it. But is it going to hold that price? No. And I think the narrative, the reason it is this crazy projected numbers is so that retail ends up holding the bag on it and they don't sell.
I mean, I was talking about this in my little recent video. I said like all these influencers that are pushing $100, $200 valuations on XRP and all these tokens. Where do you think their sell targets are at? Do you really think they're gonna hold themselves up until then? Absolutely not. They're gonna be selling at $10, $15 if it even gets there. So
If it even
like
gets there. I'm thinking
that's
eight
the thing.
bucks, dude. What do you think?
I'm thinking 7 to 10.
Yeah. 7 to 10.
Yeah.
That's right there. $8, you know? Dude, when $8 comes, I'm dumping my bag, bro, and I'm putting in a short. I don't normally
I think
short, but this is one that I'm going to short for sure.
I
I t-
mean, like I think you can't go wrong because you're already taking your profits on the long, so you're already like on your spot bag, so you're already reducing that risk, especially if you play the shorts, with discipline and whatnot, like you're setting yourself up for literally making money on both sides, and that's for me that's the way to play this market.
yeah, I don't normally short, man. And a lot of people here in the chat, they don't do shorts, they don't do leverage trading. Um, what would be your, obviously not financial advice, but what would be your take on that? And like, because I know that you do a lot of leverage trading, you do um, a lot of shorts. What would you tell the viewer? Uh,
I would tell them to not do it.
don't do.
Yeah, no, genuinely, it the market always humbles you. That's the thing. Um i i'm a very like I'm educated in finance. Okay, my degree's in economics and finance, and I've studied a lot of quantitative finance, and I've looked at the statistics of trading like very in depth. And just because I'm having 1, 2, 3 profitable years in leverage trading doesn't mean that's going to stay like that forever. And I'm aware of that, right? And I'm just taking advantage of the conditions that the market finds itself in, because I feel like I've been very lucky to understand the way that this market moves under the Trump administration. Um, as a matter of fact, the last 2 weeks for me have been absolutely horrendous. I've been I've been taking very poor trades. I've been taking really big losses. And fortunately, I kind of had a time period pretty much from February until about a month after Liberation Day, where I made so much money that losing right now isn't really a problem. But like genuinely, if this isn't the environment to start to leverage trade, and if you truly want to start, then you really have to take the time to learn.
I'll tell you, I never leverage trade. I never short, and I was seeing bullish thing. I was too bullish, man. I got way too bullish, and I decided I'm gonna try doing a little leverage trade, right? So I did. Uh, I don't want to say too much what I did and what I did it with, but I got burned, bro. I got burned really bad the last couple days. I was too bullish, and I got humbled a little bit. I made some memes about it too, like Stewie crying himself to sleep. I got rugged so bad, dude. So it happens to everybody, man. It doesn't matter how seasoned of a trader you are, how educated you are. You're gonna you're gonna have mistakes, and the what I would tell you is that learn from them, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Indeed. I mean, it's 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 a game that reflects your entire mental headspace, right? And I've had a couple of weeks that have been very stressful for me, at a business level and at a personal level, and that clearly has reflected in my trading. So,
Yeah, it's been a difficult week for me for sure. Cause dude, everything looked bullish. Everything looked like we were going, and like I was telling you, I was like, I think I was in your live. I was like, end of the week, right? You were in shorts already, and I was like, no, wait till the weekend, right? The weekend came, and I didn't listen to my own damn advice, and I went in long again, and I should have shorted, and yeah, I got burned. It happens, cause
I mean, it's very risky. That's why I try to take it day by day, right? Normally when I give like like the following weeks I think this is gonna happen and stuff. I always let people know that that opinion is subject to changing very quickly because this market you have to take it day by day. It's consistently pricing in new information, right? And there's always news and there's always events that are developing all over the world. And since crypto has been so overreactionary to absolutely everything, then we have to really take it slowly, right? Because you never know when a WAR is going to kick in, or when something extremely bullish is going to happen. So
exactly. And like it's funny because I get like the haters though. I'll be like, oh, we're bearish, and I've been pretty much the bear of XRP for the last like 6 months. And then I kind of changed my tune on the ninth after we found out the tariff pause thing. I was like, all right, I'm bullish. And it's funny because after it pumps, those trolls come back into the live and they're like, oh, I thought you said it was going down. I'm like, it was going down. Now it's going up. But obviously, you're not watching every single day and you're not paying attention to the show because the markets change. It goes up some days and it goes down some days. You got to be able to adapt. That's why I say don't be a bear or a bull, be a goat. The goat is adaptable, you know?
I guess the saying that I like from my end is bears are patient. So you know
Very true.
bulls are aggressive, bears are patient. So
Dude,
I
one
just
one guy in here is holding a short to 126 for XRP since like April 29th. Still holding that short.
you said 126.
Yeah.
How's he not liquidated?
I'm not sure. He said he's still holding it.
That's actually insane. I can't lie.
It's probably a lot of money too.
That's absolutely insane. I can't lie. That's. I mean, that person, they're in that trade and they're still holding with conviction. That I'm not gonna question them or anything by any means. But for me, normally, like that's one of my bigger like problems. It's like you got to be able to adapt. You got to be able to pivot your situation. If you see that it's a losing trade, you have to have an invalidation point. If you don't have an invalidation point for your bias, like you have to be doing something wrong because you're not applying the correct risk protocol to your trading.
I think it could hit 126 after the bull run come November, December. What do you think?
I mean, maybe, but will they be liquidated by then? Is the question.
That's a good question. That is a
Like
very good
you don't want it.
question.
You don't want it to hit your target, but after liquidation, you want to hit it before, ideally.
Right. It's a tough game, man, because I'll tell you what, we should have dropped hard on that, and that should have hit, and then the tariff pause came, and dude, the tariff thing has been such a wrench in the gears right now. It's almost unpredictable. You don't know what Trump is going to do. All he has to do is say one thing, and everything pumps or it dumps. It's crazy.
And what's even more dangerous is that he knows this.
I
He
know.
knows the impact markets.
Dude, I think it's insider trading, man. To be honest with
Yeah,
you,
absolutely,
absolutely insider
absolutely.
trading.
And
Because
then
it,
also what I think is not just the tariffs, bro. That um BOMB from a certain Middle Eastern country on a US airbase, that could have been much, much, much worse had there been, you know, US casualties. Because then the US would have gotten heavily involved. You know? The fact that there was none kind of eased tensions off a lot quicker. And we were able to, just kind of recover out of that, not just in financial markets, but just at a geopolitical level. But I feel like that was a very like it was a very thin line, man. Like we were very close to, having a potential bigger crash in crypto markets and, a very serious geopolitical situation.
absolutely, I was actually really surprised how quickly it ended. I don't think it's over, to be honest with you. But they're kind of brushing the reality of the situation under the rug. People think there's actually no ceasefire, and people think that there is a ceasefire. People think that it's over, it's peace on earth and goodwill toward men. People still think that there are trade deals that are non existent. And the media manipulation of the markets has just been phenomenal. And look at the way things line up for XRP, for instance, right? Look right here. We have this big green candle. This was when Trump came out and said, "Oh, we're creating the Bitcoin
Yeah.
reserve." Right? We got this green candle, and then the next day we had the tariffs, and it just completely obliterated all of that movement upward. And then
Yep.
over here,
On a Sunday too. That was a Sunday into a Monday, by the way,
right,
which
that,
is even crazier to me.
and that's when we were on like the Sunday dump. Like every Sunday was a major dump, and I didn't even see that coming. I missed that candle. I was kind of bummed about it. But I did catch this candle right here. This formed a nice inverted head and shoulders on the 1 hour in a lower time frame right before. And then Brad Garlinghouse came out the next day and was like, "Oh, the case is over." And literally right after we got that green candle, that the case is over, which it wasn't, total BS. We got the Fed report that they weren't going to lower rates, and it just completely erased all of that, and it dropped all the way down to that 163 that I'd been screaming to high heaven. I've been screaming to high heaven since January 29th on this live. Since I started on Mega Cryptos Live, I said we're going to 163, and then once we hit that, then we should turn and move out of the bear market. And that's exactly what it did, which was crazy. It was like months ahead of time on the projection. People called me a clown, and dude, it was amazing. Big Baller says you called it to the penny. Wow, I know, right? I mean, I was a couple pennies off, but I actually did call it to the penny. But I said we're gonna add a couple cents on there just to make sure it hits, and it did, and it was phenomenal. But the the wrench in the gears, man, with the news, it's completely unpredictable. Which brings me to my next question for you. Um, Alt season. I feel like alt season is a bit unpredictable too right now. I don't think we're officially in alt season. A lot of people are saying, "Oh yeah, it's alt season. It's alt season." It's like one of the number one Googled things right now. Is it alt season? What do you think? Do you think we're moving into alt season, or do you think this is a fake out?
So I have a few things that I look for when I'm looking for alt season because realistically, the Bitcoin dominance chart, if you look at the 3 day time frame, if you look at the weekly time frame, they're actually still a pretty bullish outlook on Bitcoin dominance. But there's a few things that I look for that I've seen in previous cycles. Number one, for alt season to start, I mean, I've been in crypto since 2016. Okay, so I've had the 2017 2021 cycle.
Same.
For alt season to start, I've seen a 3% absolute dominance drops. And when I say absolute, I mean like from 63 to 60 dominance drop in 1 to 1.5 days. Okay, that's number one. And number two is actually Litecoin. Litecoin has been a fantastic indicator for alt season starting and alt season ending. So when Litecoin closes and holds above the range of 130 to 140, really it's 140, um, alt season is beginning at that point. And when Litecoin crosses $300, it front runs the end of alt season. And that's happened the last two cycles. And at first, I thought maybe it's a little bit different this time because, well, we have the speculation of the altcoin, the Litecoin ETF, right? And also, I just saw the price and I was like, oh, like wait, this is way too low. It was at low 80s, even 70s. I think after Liberation Day, it went to 60s, and I was like, oh, maybe not. And then I've seen Litecoin run while we've had this, alt relief kind of period, and I see that it's reached, its kind of previous psychological level to that final level, which is 120. And I'm like, oh, okay. So right now I'm actually looking at Litecoin very, very closely, because I think that potentially that can help us understand whether if we are entering alt season or not. That being said, you know, from a buying perspective, I'll get a bit closer. Sorry, guys in chat. Um,
It's on
from
my
a
end.
oh, it's on your end.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So from a buying perspective, of course, you want to buy when dominance is topping out, right? You don't want to buy when you're already starting alt season because that means you're just buying in the middle and you're kind of just chasing the trade. So I've told you this. I'm 40% Bitcoin. I'm 30% stable out, and everything else is altcoins, right? And if I see dominance be above 67 to 68%, if I see it between that and 70%, I'll deploy the rest of my stable coins into altcoins. And from there, bro, it's just a matter of, hoping that things play out the same way that they've been playing out in previous cycles. And I do believe that there are a lot of differences in this cycle. But shit, man, like if we don't get any sort of rotation into alts, like heavy rotation, then I would be severely disappointed personally.
Yeah, I there's the narrative going around that maybe we're not going to get an alt season and Bitcoin's not going to lose dominance. I'm not really feeding into that right now because we still don't have a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think we have one company that's created a reserve, and that's for XRP. So there's no real official Bitcoin reserve yet. And I think that that's the catalyst that would basically end alt season, right? Because they would never sell, and institutions would start getting into it and doing the same thing. Other countries would do the same thing and follow, and that would basically never allow the price of Bitcoin to come back down again. But the public
So that
doesn't
that's
know that
yeah.
there isn't a reserve yet.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, man, because what I do see is we have a lot of Bitcoin treasury companies. And I'll tell you something, dude. They're not gonna hold forever, in my opinion. They're companies. The executive team has a responsibility of delivering value and maximizing value to their shareholders, and so they're gonna do that. And at some point, for that to happen, you have to take profits, right? Unless of course we evolve Bitcoin into some sort of like truly highly valuable asset to lend against. At which point, I feel like a lot of companies could probably benefit more. Sorry, borrow against. They could benefit a lot more from borrowing against their Bitcoin and whatnot, right? But you look at the Bitcoin treasury companies right now, and for me, the problem, um, is the same problem that we've had with every financial crisis historically, and it's leveraging and over leveraging. So many of these companies, these Bitcoin treasury companies, are so heavily over leveraged, dude. We go to something like 90s, and so many of these companies have to start liquidating their positions, right? And of course, we already know that Saylor wants to buy it all, you know?
Right.
But
And he's
Like,
heavily leveraged on Bitcoin.
that's the thing. So if you cause, we've seen what retail driven liquidation cascades look like in crypto. We've never seen a corporate driven liquidation cascade. So if you have all these companies, all of a sudden, you have Mara Holdings, which hold 50K, XXI, they hold 37K, Bitcoin Standard Treasury Company, 30K, Riot Platforms, 20K. You see all these companies, if they start dumping their Bitcoin, we see a really, 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 really big liquidation cascade. And honestly, like, I don't even think Sailor has time to eat it all up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I keep saying this that Sailor is going to end up in prison.
Dude,
Jesse, what was the name of the guy that did that? I think it was like in the 80s or the 90s. He was taking
Bernie Madoff.
Bernie Madoff. Michael Saylor is the new Bernie Madoff. Do you know that story,
oh
Kelly?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
dude. And history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And that's what I think is happening. And that's, what we've seen with the banks. The banks have been over leveraged and they've had to be bailed out. There's no one to bail out crypto.
hmm
So I think the bubble has to pop at some point, and then the
So
alts have to run.
that's kind of been my concern this whole time, right? Like, it looks like we're trying to, you know, evolve crypto and continuously develop the environment around it such that we can implement it into, our traditional finance space, at which point I do believe that there would be some sort of like fallback plan, right? But as of now, I think crypto is still a little bit too young, too immature, and still doesn't have the regulatory clarity, even with all the bills that are being passed, to say crypto gets bailed out. If a lot of people think that if Tether fails, they get bailed out, and this is something I talk about. And of course, I get all the hate in the world for it. But the thing is, I'm never not gonna pay a lot of attention to those stable coins because we saw what happened with Luna.
Yeah.
And I ignored Luna. I was warned about Luna. I was trading Luna. I was warned about it. I was told that their algorithmic stablecoin system was easily exploitable, and I completely ignored that. And then when it started happening, I was like, oh, maybe I should look into this, right? So ever since, I've paid a lot of attention to stablecoins. I paid a lot of attention to FDUSD when Justin Sun started flooding it, and it started becoming a flight risk for Binance. So the thing is, if something like Tether fails, and I know that sounds absolutely bananas to say, but if something like Tether fails, I don't know how much market share the rest of the stablecoins are able to eat up during that time period where it's failing, and the panic that it's going to cause in crypto. And I don't know how much there would be for it to get bailed out, and whatnot. So I don't know, man. That's where like the true bear in me comes out. It's the fact that I'm trying to be prepared for the truly, truly worst case scenario.
Do they even have the funds to bail it out? You know what I mean? Like, where does the money come from? It has to come
That's the
from
question.
somewhere. And that's why I keep pushing that right now the narrative is utility, right? I think the next narrative is going to be security. People want security, and think about it. Institutions. We were talking about this yesterday. Institutions, right? They want to move their money. For them, it's not really about speed and cost. It's about safety, right? And that's why I used to be really bearish on Ethereum. Dude, nah, man. Ethereum's going to be faster and cheaper, and it's going to be the most secure. I really do think, and people are like, well, XRP can do that in this fast, but it's like, it's not secure. They're
That's why
validated.
everyone builds on Ethereum.
Yeah. I just don't see it happening. The pipe dream that everyone has, it just doesn't line up. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I don't get me wrong, man. I've doubted Ethereum at some points. Never again. And I'm lucky that during my doubts I didn't sell. But yeah, I've doubted Ethereum in the past a lot, and that's not a mistake I'm ever gonna make again.
Recently, I doubted Ethereum because I was like, it wasn't doing anything and everything else was moving and it was just kind of stagnant. And I was like, is this project dead? Has it lost its functionality? Is it no longer the indicator for alt season? You know, like when Ethereum gains dominance. And now I'm like, no, no way. Ethereum is it. And that's why I'm like SXT, baby. I'm not a coin shiller, but when I see something that's spectacular, I'm like, this is worth looking into. Have you looked into SXT?
Yeah, so you've told me a lot about SXT actually. I still don't hold it. I feel like I have a bit of time, even if I miss out on any potential moves early on. And that's just because I'm waiting to see what happens with the market entirely, right? It's nothing to do with the project itself and everything to do with, you know, can I get a better entry? Because
Right.
sometimes I'm greedy like that.
Dude, we bought it at 0.065.
So you're up about 50%.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of people watching the show bought it at that low price. We also got in it right before a big green candle, up to 15 cents. We got it at 10.5, and then traded it. But it's, dude, it when it moves, man, it moves. It prints money moving sideways if you got enough in it, and you're trading it. It's kind of phenomenal. I love the supply is low and the market cap's low, so it doesn't have to move much in order to like do something spectacular. And it just, dude, it got a double pump the other day. So it pumped like hard and then jumped out and then it ran way back down, jumped back in it and ran right back up again and then jumped out and then got back in it. And dude, it was phenomenal. It was like adding to that 50% we're already up, adding another 40% on top of it.
I
And that's
mean,
why I
the,
tell
the, thing for,
people,
the thing for me is that I don't trade the low liquidity. Like, I mean, I don't know how low liquidity it actually is, but like for me, it's a little bit scary to trade those because I do go in with a lot of size on my leverage trades. So
I mean, to each their own, but a lot of us, we don't do leverage, right? So I'm looking
right.
for that low market cap and the utility behind it. I think that the next narrative is going to be security, and that's what it is. Um, so it works on pretty much every chain, right? So it'll work on XRPL, it'll work on Ethereum, it'll work on anything, but it's the only one that does off chain data verification. The only one. It's a one of a kind. So I'm like, this is something spectacular. Like, not every day does something like that come across your desk so early and have a chance to get in on it. And so I'm like, this could be something. TikTok seller says next cycle could be huge. I think it could be huge this cycle, to be honest with you. I think it could do
I mean,
50 cents to a dollar.
there's never harm in just getting some exposure just in case. I normally do that when someone shows me a token, or well, not shows me, you get what I mean, but when someone shows me a token and it's someone that I trust to some extent in the space, that's what I normally do. I get some exposure while I research it, and then I just go in with a lot of size. So shit,
You
man.
know, shit, what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say about it. Damn it.
You're good.
Yeah, it's awesome though. It's amazing, and it being partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink, it's legitimate, you know. But I don't think that it's going anywhere, and the fact that it's through Ethereum makes me even more bullish on it. But it'll work on any chain. It's awesome.
I love that, man. I'll take a look at it, bro.
I dude, I'd recommend it, man. Obviously, it's a low market cap, but oh, I remember what I was gonna say is it didn't have narrative, right? You know, XRP's got the narrative, and it's
Hmm.
phenomenal. SXT doesn't have a narrative, so I'm noticing lately over the last couple days, the SXT narrative is starting to come out. Everyone is starting to talk about it. Everyone is making a lot of money off of it. And that is a good indicator for me that this alt season, it's going to fly because it's just now getting the narrative right before alt season is about to happen. I think we're moving toward it. I don't we're not necessarily in it yet, but I'm preparing for alt season right now. I'm starting to load up on the stuff that hasn't pumped yet, right?
Is that, bro?
And it's one of them. It's one of them, man. And the narrative is finally there. I went into whose live was I don't even remember whose live it was, and there were just random people asking about SXT yesterday in the live. People that have never watched my show, I've never seen or heard from them, didn't say anything about SXT. Were like, "Have you heard of SXT?" So the narrative's starting to build. Like that's a good indicator for me. Like I'm buying it and I'm holding it, and I can't wait. And I'm trading it too, but that's because I'm just growing the bag. You know, I'm selling the top and putting it back in the bottom.
Hey,
Mother of
man.
Dragon says I've noticed more people starting to talk about it now. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm part of the reason why, because I've just been like totally like screaming to high heaven SXT. Maybe it's me, but I'm seeing it in spaces that I'm not normally in. I'm seeing it on J Dan's live. You know J Dan, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I go in there and people that I've never seen or heard or talked to, they're talking about it. So that's a good indicator for me.
I think that's very good. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about a project that you actually believe has value and whatnot. So, even if it is partially caused by you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I did go into Jada's stream yesterday, and I actually saw two comments about SXT. So,
Yeah, that's confirmation for me, man. And
hmm
dude, J Dan's live is massive. So one or two people
hmm
talking about it in there is it's going to spread like wildfire.
hmm I agree.
Let's see. I'm kind of off my game today.
You're good, brother.
Yeah, dude. Dude, yesterday Starlink went out. Did you hear about that?
I saw
So
that. Yeah.
so we have Starlink here. We had no internet all day, and I wasn't prepared for anything, and so like we just kind of had like some people come in and chit chat and do like a little debate on XRP. Um, we went through that pretty fast. Um, tell me something. Riff with me, buddy. Help me out here.
No, so I mean, I was gonna ask you then. You mentioned Chainlink before. What do you think of Chainlink? Because Chainlink is my biggest non-Bitcoin or ETH bag.
Dude, Chainlink is, I think, everything. I think it is the line that connects the dots, baby. And now there are other things that do what Chainlink does, right? But it's the only one that's based out of the US, right? So I'm pretty bullish on it. I know y'all watch Calvin Hill. Calvin Hill's super bullish on it. I take what he says with a grain of salt, to be
I
honest with
don't I
you.
don't I don't like Calvin at all.
No, I don't either, man. We actually got into it in his live, and I got blocked for a while, and then I was able to get back in contact with him, and we hashed it out. But I went into his live and I said, "You use your followers as exit liquidity. Shame on you."
Kind of
We
does, but
Yeah, dude, we were gonna plan a live where we were all gonna just leave this live and jump into his and start trolling him. We never did it, but
nah. Listen, though, for me, it's been a really tough like journey in this space as a content creator. I'm very blessed that I'm very very close to a lot of really really big previous cycle influencers. So like Blockchain Boy, Crypto Network, and them, and they're good friends of mine, and they've kind of advised me, throughout my starting phase as a content creator. And dude, the one thing I noticed, even though I was warned about it, is dude the amount of narcissists, paid shillers, people that just use their community for their own benefit, to me is absolutely insane. I understand that people have a hustle. I understand that you can't turn your $1,000 into $100 million empire just off of investing. And I understand that, people want to sell stuff, they want to sell courses, they want to sell books, they want to do, I can understand that, but there's a difference between that and just fully, lying to your community and grifting your community and everything. I think that's kind of crazy to me, bro.
What is it? The is it Psycho Crypto or Crypto Psycho? You ever seen that guy, dude?
Yeah, I've seen him. I've
He
gotten into him.
yeah, I've got into it with him too, and I guess Cosmic Crypto as well. But dude, that guy, he's probably one of the worst as far as XRP goes. He's one of
You
the
know what the thing
worst.
is? I think that I always say this. There's two types of XRP influencers. There's the ones that are truly friggin' paid shillers, and part of the whole MLM scheme. And then there is the ones that the message, it resonates with them, so they repeat the message and they, expand it to the rest of the crowd. So of course, when you're, because it's to my understanding that Crypto Cycle doesn't really understand too much. At least, when I first like joined his Discord and got into it with him, he was like, "Oh, I don't understand the internet." And I was like, okay, "Well, it's 2025, first of all." But
Yeah,
um, so, when you don't really understand financial markets, when you don't have experience in financial markets, and you hear this message that you're going to get incredibly wealthy off of doing absolutely nothing and off of, no truly tangible skill set or anything like that, and you're just, gonna sit there and watch as, magic happens and your wallet doesn't just grow to millions, not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, then of course it's going to resonate with people like that, and they're going to amplify that message and whatnot. And I think that's extremely, extremely dangerous because, they don't have bad intentions, but unfortunately that's even worse because they don't know better. So they're going to defend and die on that hill. The people who have bad intentions, eventually their true intentions come out, right? And, you can bash them on debates consistently, consistently, consistently until the reality, their true colors come out. But for the people who don't know better, dude, like they defend their points until they're done, bro.
yeah. I think it's tribalistic, but I think people are too married to their coins, man. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I notice a lot of the influencers here. They're like, I never sell. I never sell any of my coins. I'm just buying, 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 and I'm like, you're trying to buy a lottery ticket when you're doing that. You know what I mean? It, oh, thank you very much. Thank you for all the gifts, by the way. Don't forget to gift Cali and Revolution as well. They're both
No
up
need to
here.
give me. There's no need to give me.
But you know, oh shit, what was I saying? What was I talking about?
We were talking about tribalistic people get married to their
Oh yeah,
coins.
yeah. And people, they're buying a lottery ticket is what they're doing. You know what I mean? And I keep trying to say this lately has been what I'm saying. Um, you don't need a lottery ticket. What you need is a good strategy and control of your emotions, and you're going to be a profitable trader. And you don't have to just throw it. You can literally put all the coins in a hat, right? Shake it up and pick one and pull it out, and it's going to be a winner if you're trading it. You know,
Mm.
if you can get yourself a good strategy, get yourself a mentor, get someone that can help you and hold your hand through this, you're going to do well. And like that's what I offer. So I offer one-on-one coaching for deluxe subscribers, and then I teach a TA class on Discord, right? And everyone that takes advantage of those services, it pays for itself. I tell people invest in yourself before you invest in this market. You know, hone your skills, learn how to paper trade, and then get into it. Don't just FOMO into a project and hope for the best, because we're in crypto because of the volatility, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're looking for. I can make what I make in a year in a matter of days, weeks, or months in crypto than what I would do in the stock market. That's why we're here. We're here for the volatility, right? It's a dream, a trader's dream come true, and it's not going to last forever. And people think that people are getting rich off of crypto by just buying something and holding it. Some of them are. They got lucky. They bought Bitcoin early, They bought XRP early. I'm one of them, I never traded uh, up until like, you know, this last cycle, but I traded in the stock market mostly. And I never would trade in crypto because of the fees. And then when I realized, I was like, fuck the fees, man. Like there's something here, What am I
There's
doing?
money for you.
Yeah, there's so much money to be made. You don't need a lottery ticket if you're doing it right. Yeah, and
I,
dude, even you, like you're doing the leverage trading. I'm never doing that again. Okay. I got I got burned pretty hard the last couple days trying to mess around a little bit, seeing what I could do. I will never do that again. No way, Jose. Because I'm used to like
I'm
if I mess up, I just wait a little longer and then it pays off. But with the leverage trading, bro, that liquidation, bro, it's over. It's over.
it's so easy to lose. People underestimate it, and people win for a week, for a month, even for a year, even 5 years, and they still underestimate how easy it is to go on a losing streak and lose it all in a second. Like it's really easy.
Yeah, my advice, not financial advice, do your own research, but my advice to you is come up with a strategy and trade crypto. And you're going to be guaranteed money. You won't have to worry about um, if you bought the right project. Any project you like is going to make you money. They're all nice and volatile, and it's going to happen quicker. But also practice with fake money. All right, there's plenty of platforms. TradingView has fake paper trading, right? Trade with fake money, come up with a strategy, and then hone your skills. Invest into yourself before you invest into the market, especially crypto.
Yeah, so the one thing I would add to that is, bro, if you know how to code your strategy out on PineScript on TradingView, and you literally take the whole paper trading period, and instead of taking a whole year to learn, you identify if your strategy is good or not in 10 seconds. All
Ex-
you have to do is code the damn strategy.
Explain that.
So, um, it basically like TradingView has a back tester for you, right? And it's got the bar replay, so you can do it manually, or it's got this thing called a strategy tester, right? And the strategy tester, you can basically, you can code either strategies or indicators on TradingView, right? And
Right.
it
I've
literally
done that with
just
like Bollinger Bands, right? Okay.
exactly. So you can instead of making an indicator, you make it into a strategy, and like the format is very similar. You just there's the initial thing where you name it an indicator, you turn it into a strategy, and yeah, you put that into your Pine editor, you run it. Of course, you have to provide it a entry condition, a risk protocol, a take profit condition, and all the indicators that you want to use with it. And then from there, you use the strategy tester. And I'm not sure. I think this might be a TradingView premium feature, but I mean, let's be honest. Like you gotta invest. If you want to make money in crypto, like somewhere at some point, you're gonna have to invest some money. And TradingView premium isn't that expensive, right? So you go to the strategy tester, and it takes a time period, okay, based on the maximum amount of candles that you can have in TradingView Premium, depending on the plan you have, it's like either 10,000 candles or whatnot. Um, and then from there, it does a full back test. And since it's coded, there's no hindsight bias, there's no overfitting, there's none of that, right? Because the buy and the entry and exit conditions are the same always, right? So it does it for you. It identifies every single point at which it considers you should have entered and at which it considers that you should have exited and whatnot based on the conditions that you provided for it. And then from there you get results. So I can show you one that I have. I created a Virtual's protocol.
Yeah.
So I created a trading bot with that. And I mean, I'm not going to show the strategy itself, but I'll show how it works. Can I flip my camera real quick? Uh,
Let's see, how do I put you on main screen? Hold on.
so you go to the strategy tester, and as you can see, it takes all the trades for you in the past. All the trades for you. So these are all trades that it's taking, right? And then it gives you a full breakdown. So your total P&L, your max drawdown, number of trades taken, win loss, profit factor. Of course, the profit factor is based on your P&L, and your win loss, and you have an expected value. What else? What else? What else? Your gross profit, total amount of commissions, um, and it does a full trade breakdown. You can look at every single trade that it takes. So it's taken 837, and you can look at every single trade it takes. So this is from May 19th to July 26th. It provided me a 290% return, with a max drawdown of 15%.
Nice.
And that's literally it, man. So like Pine script is super 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 intuitive, man. It's a very simple language. It's much easier than Python even. A lot of people prefer using Python, but like for this purpose, it genuinely serves a purpose, bro. And then from there, you can actually, whether try to create a bot out of it, or you can just use the strategy manually. And of course, there's going to be a decay to that profit that you're making, through the botted out strategy, because well, the bot runs 24/7 and whatnot, right? You're not going to be 24/7 in front of the screen. You're going to miss trades. You're going to take a trade late and whatnot, right? But that's where I think that coding really plays a huge advantage.
Absolutely. I've done it, not like coding, but I've done tested a few strategies and played with that a little bit, but never actually um, really got down with it like that. That's pretty incredible, actually. You ought to teach a class on how to set that up, man. Because I would take it.
I mean, I've thought about it. I just don't know how many people would actually be interested in that, but I've thought about it.
I would. Dude, I'd probably just put a little bit of money into something like that, and then see what it does. And if it's working, I'll throw more at it. You know.
Yeah. So yeah, the complicated part for me. So we had a forward testing period. And I say we because after what's it called? After finding out that the strategy was profitable, I reached out to one of my friends who's a developer, and I asked for help. Right. So we had a forward testing period of a month, and during that month, it actually net me a 30x. So of course, huge alpha decay, and it's normal that there's such a level of alpha decay. Your strategy isn't going to be 30xing every single month for its entire existence, because that is just highly improbable and impossible, as a matter of fact. But yeah, we had that forward testing period, and then we went on to try and deploy it on an exchange, right? The problem is, in the European Union, we don't like 99% of our exchanges just like suffer with USDT trading pairs, because USDT isn't MiCA compliant, right? And then the ones that do work, they have horrendous APIs. So it's been impossible for us to actually deploy this, for a fully automated bot that runs on the exchange. And that's been such a problem for me. But in the meantime, I've used it as like an indicator. It just tells me when to buy, when to exit, and of course the profitability is nowhere close to the 300% that it shows here. Because like I said, I have to sleep and whatnot. Albeit I sleep very little, but you still don't take every single trade, and you don't take it at the perfect microsecond it tells you to. But at least you can get something out of it.
That's actually really interesting. Have you heard of Mason versus the
No,
creator? He's out of
I don't know.
Canada, which I believe is EU. He has a trading bot that I've actually used. It's decently profitable. Not as profitable as I can do manually, but he does offer a trading bot through his platform that he created, um, that should be compliant where you're at. I would look into him. And dude, I trust that. You know how there's some creators that were like, no, like I won't listen to at all. I
Hmm.
actually know him personally. He's one of those millions of followers kind of creators. I anything he says, he's on point. Like, and he'll tell you, he'll be like, "Hey, I'm promoting this coin because I'm paid to." Do your own research. But
Hmm.
there's a lot of projects that he's turned me on to over the last few years, especially like AI agents. And every single one of them has just done phenomenal. I trust him. I trust
I
him with
mean,
money.
I respect the transparency from that. Like I can't lie. Like not many creators say, "Hey, I'm paid to shield this" and stuff like that. But if he's got one that works, I want to might want to ask him like how he pulled that off.
Well, I'm not sure if he coded it himself or he had someone do it for him or whatever, but I know it works. I wouldn't
Hmm.
say it's as profitable as what yours is doing, but it sounds like his is fully automated,
Hmm.
right? But it does something. I can make more trading myself because I just I'm more of a swing trader, right? I'm sometimes I'm scalping, but most of the time I'm swing trading, and I think that that's a better option because you're not so married to the screen. And I used to do more high frequency trading, but since I've been doing this show, I'm pretty much swing trading now because I don't have the time to stare at the chart all day long. I got the show and the business. I got all these people working for me, and I'm now I have affiliates that I'm working for, and so it's like I don't have the time anymore. Honestly,
And
I think the swing trading is better for the average person. You know,
I mean, for sure. No, for sure. Like that. That's what I see a lot of people do. They swing trade their spots. So that's the way I started with trading was actually instead of like swing trading my spot bags, I was swing trading on low leverage. So I know I would take a 3-4x, and that was extremely. Of course, I caught that at a decent point in the bear market where, it was the start of the 2022 bear market, and I was catching some, like how in the bear market there's always random projects that just pump and
yep,
then they
those are the ones I
like
buy.
yeah, exactly. So I would catch those on 3-4x's, and of course it's relatively low risk, right? Instead of losing your position at 100% loss, you're losing it at 33% loss. So for me it was kind of worth it, and that's how I started out, and then I went on to more high frequency, high leverage, and whatnot. So
Bro says I lost 10K on Dej. Do you know any memes that I can jump on now?
holy shit, he must have top blasted the shit out of that.
bro, bro, I don't do the meme coins. Like I try to stay out of the trenches. I spent my time in there. Last cycle, I did a lot of meme coins, and I did well, but also at the same time, I didn't quite understand the cycles like I do now. I didn't know as much because I'd always just been like a long term holder in crypto, and I would more or less accumulate. It would run up, and then I never took profits. I never did anything with it, and I was like, what am I doing here? And like, so I completely changed my strategy, and then this time I'm like, okay, I'm retired now. I'm not not gonna fall for that shit again. Like I'm taking profits, and I'm done working, right? But dude, I've been in crypto since 2016, basically buying up the bottoms on a lot of these narratives coins, like these ISO coins. Before ISO was a thing, I was buying them because I believed in the projects. So I guess I kind of got lucky. Not all of them are ISO compliant, but I did well. And when it ran up in January, I was like, I'm good. I'm gonna dump this bag. And then like the tariff narrative came, and I was like, I'm done. I pretty much dumped when Trump got inaugurated, and I exited like right before the tariffs hit in January. And I've pretty much been out since until now.
I mean, that's the smart play, bro. You know, people are gonna hate on it, and people are gonna say that, oh, hodling. Well, no, I don't understand where that mindset has come from. Of course, it's been influencers that have pushed the hodl narrative, right, so that they can dump their bags on you. But I think you did the right thing, bro.
Absolutely.
I trench a lot actually. I trench a lot just for the fun of it. Just because there's not always something worth leverage trading. There's not always a crypto worth researching. So when I have nothing much to do, I just trench, and I love it honestly.
Where do you do the trenches pump fun?
So I mean, I do trench on pump fund quite a bit, but I use like bots. I use what's it called, photon and whatnot.
What meme coin should we be buying right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't done it much recently, but wait, there's a few that are interesting, I guess. I think there's one that's called um artificial, what's it called? Um one sec.
You know what I'm holding? I'm holding fart coin.
Artificial gooning intelligence. That's one that I'm looking at.
Artificial gooning?
Intelligence,
Oh
yes.
my
I found the name hilarious. I can't lie.
god. Dude,
Um
I'm all as far as meme coins go, like so I used to be a Shiba army guy, last cycle. Um I'm all about fart coin, bro. Put me in the fart
of
army.
course.
Dude,
The
that
big fart,
thing,
bro.
let me tell you something about fart coin. I will always hold fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart. I think you've heard me say this before, but dude, I will always hold at least one for that reason. And that sentiment, that understanding that fart jokes have been around forever, for millions of years. They're not going anywhere. And as new people come into crypto, that joke is going to stay alive, right? They're going to say,
Yeah.
oh, look at, they got a fart coin. I'm totally buying this. And be like, dude, I just sent you a fart, bro. Like, it that narrative's not going anywhere. 100 years from now, that coin is still going to have that narrative behind it. That's why I'm like, all right, this is worth holding. Obviously, it could dump at any time, but dude, that one's just been like ticking up, bro.
Yep. No, absolutely. I mean,
It's a
I'm not gonna
collector's
lie.
item. It's a collector's item.
No, literally, the thing is, I feel like Farcoin is just so also like it's cabal driven like crazy. Like it's multiple cabals that are driving Farcoin. So, um, I don't know. I it's gonna be one of those that are not just for the culture, right? And I think that's kind of what I like about Farcoin. Um, I don't know. The way that token moves is truly artificial, dude. Truly artificial.
What makes you say
So,
that?
well, because we know, first of all, we know that it's cabal driven, but second of all, you look at that chart, and it's almost too good to be true sometimes. You know, like the Farcoin chart is genuinely your like textbook what a crypto chart should look like. That's the thing. Especially for a meme coin, right?
I'm gonna
So
pull it up.
it has that its initial pumps, takes really hard retracements, and then just creates uptrends, and whatnot. And I don't know, dude. It feels truly just artificial sometimes. Like, to me, Fartcoin literally looks like what a meme coin chart, like a textbook meme coin chart.
Right? Hey,
So
Fartcoin is a cup and handle right now on the 1 hour, and on the 1 day, I'd say it's a solid buy. It could obviously come down a little bit more. Um, I think this one's going to pump up to a new high, $1.75. Yeah. Fartcoin's a buy right now, ladies and gentlemen. Fartcoin is a buy right now.
that's
Sell
too
at a
funny.
dollar 75 though. Dude, look at it, man. And like you said, it's textbook, bro. That is textbook. I,
NFA indeed.
yeah, I do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm buying more of this. I'm gonna wait for it to come down here to $1.32, and I'm gonna put a buy order in. I'm gonna buy some more. $1.33. That's your price point, baby. Not financial advice. I never do
That's
meme
good.
coins, bro. Never, never, ever. But this is the one meme coin that I'll be like, I believe in it. I believe in it.
I mean, dude, it's a mix of culture and, like I said, it's Kabbalah driven. So
Yeah, solid buy. $1.35 to $1.33, solid buy right now. I kind of want to pause the live and just put it in order real quick. That's where I'm at with it. I used to, dude. So I used to do the live on my phone, and I would do where I would say, "Hold on, I got to pause the music or change the music," and I would go in and I'd make a trade on Coinbase or whatever I was
oh
using
hell
at the
yeah.
time. God, oh, for the love of God, people, don't use Coinbase. For the love of God. I'm so glad that I'm completely emptied out of my Coinbase account, and I'm just like so done with it. My wallets are empty. Dude,
Did they restrict any of your cash outs at any point, like they do with everyone?
dude, they restrict my cash outs. They cancel your limit orders and buy orders and sells. They sign you out when you're trying to do something and the market's moving. Anytime you're in a project and it runs and you're ready to take some profits on it, it freezes or it signs you out and you're just completely locked out of it. Do I think
Yeah.
that it's going anywhere? No. Coinbase is like the on ramp and the off ramp. I actually own Coin, right? But do I use the exchange? Hell no. Like, if I would say if you're new to crypto, it's a great place to start, right? To get comfortable and kind of learn something that's easy to figure out, but don't stay there. Even Jesse's our fact checker. That's Revolution right above your head, right there.
Mhm.
And she started on Coinbase and she's out. She's like, I'm done with this. This is crazy. I think she had like 30 limit orders that were canceled for no reason.
I would lose it. I can't lie. I've only used Coinbase ever um to like send it to other exchanges, and that already caused a big problem because at one point it was the only one that I could like straight up deposit from, my bank account and whatnot. So
Yeah, and that's why I own Coin, the Coinbase crypto,
hmm
because it is the on ramp and the off ramp. It's linked directly to people's bank accounts. People are using it like banking. They get like their Coinbase card and they can use it. So I think it's awesome. It just needs work. It needs work, and I think it will grow and evolve and become better. But sometimes I wonder if it's on purpose, man. Right? Do you think that it's just being overused because it's like the biggest exchange out there, or do you think it's manipulation?
both. We know exchanges are notorious criminals. I mean, we see it on even on Binance, bro. The scam wicks that Binance has shown at some points are absolutely insane, and the fact that Coinbase, have so much restriction over people's deposits, to me, like, it really begs the question. First of all, what level of solvency do they have? Because what if they're what's it called, restricting your withdrawals because of potential like lacks of liquidity. Like too many people are withdrawing at the same time, therefore they can't process your, I don't know, $50,000 withdrawal. It's happened, bro.
That's
So
what I'm
like
worried
kind of
about.
the equivalent to like a bank run, just at a much smaller scale, of course.
Yeah.
So it really does beg that question.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. And that's why I never will recommend anyone an exchange. They'll always say, "What exchange should I use?" I say, "I don't recommend any of them. Not a single one." but you have
I
to
get
use them,
that.
right? I don't think
Yeah.
Coinbase is going anywhere. They almost went bankrupt a couple times, but now with them being linked up with Circle and Circle's IPO, they're not going anywhere.
Mm,
But you're right. Dude, I never even thought of it that way. It's like a bank run. And
it
think
could
about it.
be.
All the coins on their exchange, they own it, right? And you okay, so you're educated in finance, right? You know more than I do here. Um, do they earn interest or anything off of that?
I mean, honestly, my guess is that they do something similar but less risky to what FTX did. They probably invest all that, bro.
Yeah,
Um, that's my guess. They probably stake what they can stake. You know, they find their ways to make money out of it that isn't just fees. Um,
I would
kind
think
of like what.
fees is unsustainable. The overhead has to be way more than what they're making on fees.
Well, I wouldn't be so certain about that. So a little bit more about me is when I was in uni, I interned for a neobank, and the CEO of that neobank was a big crypto head. And when he saw that I wanted to intern for him, he'd always dreamt of a crypto exchange. And when his CFO went on vacation, and he kind of literally put me as like an interim CFO, and I was like, dude, I'm 21, I don't know what I'm doing. He was like, "Don't worry, you have one task and one task only. Help me make a crypto exchange." And we rebranded the entire thing to a crypto exchange. And one of the things I remember is that through fees, you can make an absurd amount of money if you have the volume necessary. So for this specific exchange, I remember that kind of like their break even point was some absurd fees. It was something like 0.8% per buy and sell, some shit like that, right? And they ended up making it 1%, so super super duper expensive. But when you have the volume of something like Coinbase, like bro, there's
Yeah, Coinbase has
one of
not
the
only
companies of
the
scale.
biggest volume, they have the highest fees, right? So they got to be making
Yeah, I don't know
a
what the
ton.
fees for Coinbase are actually.
Well, I know they fluctuate. It depends on, you know, how busy it is.
Mm-hmm. I see. I mean, so that's the thing, dude. With that amount of volume, but I still think, I mean, they're greedy, bro. Literally, they're just like banks. So I wouldn't be surprised if um, all the ETH that they have in treasury is staked or something like that. I don't know, something like that.
Interesting. Well, brother, um, thanks for coming on. We're gonna get through the news and everything. We actually had you over an extra 20 minutes. So
Oh,
I appreciate
I'm
having
honored.
you on, and thank you for coming. And if you don't follow Cali, make sure you follow him. Great creator, good music on his live. Great music,
Thank you,
and
thank you.
I
Great
always have
chat,
fun
brother.
over
Thank
there,
you,
man. I like to come in
thank
and
you.
troll you a little bit.
Hey, bro, I love it when you're in my stream. I hope you know that, dude. So you're always welcome. You already know that, man. And thank you so much for having me up, man. Thank you so so much. Seriously,
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you.
appreciate you, bro. Have a great afternoon, bro. See you, man.
All right, take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, some tunage. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Can you speak on SPET? Not really. Is it a meme coin? Can we see a quick peek of Jesse? Jesse, your fans want to see your face. Jesse, why don't you come up and talk to your fans? They want to hear from you. I don't know if she's mic'd right now. Wait till Sunday. You guys gotta wait till
Yeah, we
Sunday.
have our show, The Queen of Chains, on Sunday. And to be honest, I'm eating pretzel pizza because that's super important. And I have cheese everywhere. So, no.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Jesse, for being on the show. Was that a burp?
Nope.
Jesse just burped. All right, let's see here. Let's get into the news, guys. Let's get into the news. I'll tell you what, I feel off my game today because yesterday the music is fire today. I know, right? How'd you like that opener? That opener song is dope. I was digging it. We'll play that to end the live for sure. I have to say, I'm a little off my game. Keep the music, just lower it. All right. Let me see here. Let me see here. How's that? Is the music too low now? How's that? Raise it a little bit more. How about that? All right, cool. TikTok Studio finally gave me a better audio control. Do you like Jdan? All right, we could work on it. I think I want to go back to this song. This song is so. So XRP, Doge, Solana lead crypto sell-off, but altcoin season still in play if this happens. So Bitcoin dominance lost a key level, and confirmation could indicate or ignite a broader altcoin season, a Coinbase analyst noted. You know what I noticed is Google search alt season, or is it alt season, is like up right now. And that's not necessarily an indicator of alt season, but it's an indicator of volatility. And we love volatility, baby. So if everything just pumped right now, it could indicate that it's going to pull back and then pump again. So alt season could be in full effect. What to know? Excessive leverage on altcoins primed the market for shakeout. Coinbase David Doge said in a report, Bitcoin dominance broke below the key 200-day moving average, and staying below the level could ignite a sustained period of altcoin outperformance. an even bigger cup and handle forming. Oh yeah, SXT is about to pump, baby. Yeah, SXT got a double bottom. It needs to break above 10 cents. So if this breaks above 10 cents, it should send it back to like 12, 15, 13 cents. And I would say a lot of orders already got filled here, so it'll probably reach a new high. Also, keep in mind this trend right here. This is an ascending, broadening wedge, which can be bearish. It looks like it's got another move up, though. But if it follows the bottom line here and hugs this down here, it could potentially go run up along here and slowly move up to 10 cents and then collapse. Oh. I have a feeling we got in so early it would be profits from here on out. I think you're right. We're in so early. It's I mean, it could potentially drop back down to 6 cents, 5 cents, but that's just another buy opportunity. We're so early. XPM. Mother Dragons, I told you, you need to be trading. Mother Dragons, you got to get in the TA class. I will put a spot for you in the TA class if you want to join it. You should invest into yourself before you invest into the market. Does this look like the right one? XPM? Mother Dragons, you got to get in the TA class. I'm telling you, it's what you need. And you don't have to day trade. You can swing trade where you're doing a trade like once a week, maybe once a month. Swing trade. So this is that same thing with XRP. It looks like it could be a Head and Shoulders. It also looks like possibly like a double bottom thing. This is a cup and handle, which I'm seeing a lot of those, but it's a bearish cup and handle, so it's falling into the cup. So it's less likely to pump, but it could very well if this is like a double bottom. But I think this is the double bottom, which pretty much played out. I'm not really seeing... Haven't seen me live in a while. Make sure you follow and set notifications, brother. And remember, TA is for subs only. We're doing TA for subs only now. This looks like a cup and handle thing here too. This looks like SXT, baby. This should move with SXT. I think it sends. I think everything's about to send again, to be honest with you. One last time before the end of the month. Unless things don't... We've got 5 days. 5 days for things to send. Otherwise, expect a drop. Expect it all downhill from here. I'm not too bullish. I got the white light on. I really should have the red light on, but I'm just not quite sure. Usually we get that pump right before the end of the month, and then everything falls. I think we're going to get a sell-off, though. We are 5 days away from a sell-off. So we need a pump like tomorrow. You know? We need a pump
The
to.
problem
What's that?
is if I notice this in the trends because I have two different browser histories, one that's pro, one that's anti, and as long as people keep believing it's altcoin season, it's gonna extend farther. But as soon as people are like, "Oh, it's done, it's over," people are gonna back off their trades and sell shit. So sorry, just saying.
I agree with that. Altcoin season will happen because people decide it. That is a good point. I mean, I'm holding because I think we might be going into alt season. I'm not the only one. Let's do XLM. Mar Lopez says public sentiment plays a huge part with market makers. Absolutely. I think we're going down. XLM looks all right, though. I think everything gets one more little pump and then either tariff deals are signed and it just keeps sending shit, or no deals and we dump. XLM looks good. The charts say yes. We got a double bottom here. That should send it back up to like 45, 40, probably like 46. 45.5 to 46. 45 to 46 is where it should retrace back up to. Look at this, was a nice bull flag and it didn't happen. Like, what happened, right? What a fake out. So remember, TA is for subscribers only, guys. Make sure you subscribe. Click the subscription button, become a subscriber. And with a deluxe subscription, you get one-on-one coaching with me. I think everything's about to get one last little pump, and then we'll see what happens with tariffs. That's what I think. XTZ. And remember, following is not the same as subscribing. Yeah, weekend pump. That's what I'm thinking. One last pump before a big ass dump. Especially XRP. XRP is going to get an end of the month dump. Ooh, this looks promising. XTZ looks promising. This is a descending channel. That should send the price back up to $1.09 to $1.13. Let me go in a lower time frame. Maybe it's gonna fill something better than that. Look, it's also a double bottom here. $1.02 seems to be a strong resistance point. Like $1.19, $2 seems to be a strong resistance point. But in the 1 day, it seems to look more bullish than that. I think it wants to go to $1.14 to $1.15. Seems about right. Yes, it's going to 11D. This one right here, man. $1.3385. That's the one I want to buy. I need more farts in my wallet. Textbook. Just like Cali said, textbook. I think there's narrative behind it. When I see a meme coin, this is what I want to see. Like, it's not going to run forever. All right, let's get back to the news. All right. Let's take a listen to
Senator
this.
Loomis says U.S. is waking up on crypto after historic legislative week. After years of lagging behind global competitors, the U.S. may finally be catching up on crypto policy, according to Senator Cynthia Loomis. In the latest episode of Decentralize with Cointelegraph, the Wyoming senator said recent developments mark a turning point. Milestones and progress. There were at least 2 significant milestones, Loomis said, referring to last week's so-called Crypto Week in Congress. The first being the Genius Act legislation that authorizes payment stablecoins that went to President Trump's office and was officially signed into law, along with the Clarity Act now goes to the Senate for our consideration. Loomis, who co-authored a Senate market structure draft, praised the progress. We've been crafting and getting feedback for 4 years now, she said. Even though it's now coming to the forefront, this has been something that's been in the development stage. Notably, she highlighted the growing bipartisan support. We had to do some extra listening, changing, amending, but we got a good solid vote. And we're working very hard to keep this a bipartisan product.
For the first time in months, I actually got up and walked away from the live.
Ancillary assets, which is a helpful way to determine what is a security or a commodity, she explained. Related, U.S. crypto legislation drives $4 billion surge in stablecoin supply. Crypto and beyond. Beyond crypto, Loomis also addressed her new AI-focused legislation, the RISE Act. AI falls under the jurisdiction of the Commerce Committee, she said. So there's sort of a symbiotic relationship between the digital asset world and the AI world. The bill focuses on liability protections and professional responsibilities. If part of that information is AI generated and false, the professional has a duty to vet it, she said. We want to make sure it also provides some modeling information. Asked what message she had for crypto builders who may have given up on the U.S., Loomis said, "Don't lose faith. We're waking up." President Trump has expressed his desire to make the United States the digital asset capital of the world. Help is on the way. Legislation is on the way. Rules of the road are on the way. Listen to the full episode of Bite-Sized Insight for the...
Everything's on the way. Have no worries. The markets will only go up, right? I'm not buying it. Who knows what Trump is doing? I know, right? It's either a Trump dump or a Trump pump. Why does it rhyme with both words? It can go either way with this guy. I'm not convinced that tariffs are going to cause much of a problem. I think it'll have a bit of a dip, but not like we've seen in the past. You'll see it pull back some, and that'll be your buy opportunity. Trump is holding all the cards. I agree. I think you're looking at your last buy opportunity come either right now or end of the month. it's, and I'm not saying your last buy, but like to buy the bottom, you know what I mean? Yeah, either right now is a buy or the beginning of the month, the first like day or two, first 3 days, that would be it. Should I buy Trump coin? Um I would say if you're asking me that question, I would say become a deluxe subscriber and you can get one-on-one coaching with me and I will help you. I think I'm going to offer another tier of one-on-one coaching. It's going to be a higher tier coaching where you can schedule time with me on Discord for a voice interaction. So we can actually have a more in-depth look into what your situation is or your portfolio, things like that. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work. What I'll probably do is I'll do it Sunday, like an hour before I do, or maybe like an hour after the TA class. Probably after. And it'll allow people who are that tier of subscription where you can voice call me and we can talk about things that way. Because I noticed like with the texting stuff, because I have a lot of people, some people just don't have time to text during the week and they need like a weekend day to have time with me. So I want to try to facilitate where everyone can get something out of it. And some people just with the texting, it takes them too long or they get frustrated with it. So I'm thinking like a one-on-one coaching time where with this next level, you can schedule time where we can actually sit down and talk. So I'm probably going to bring that soon, but don't not subscribe now because I'm not even 100% sure I'm going to offer that yet. We shall see, or what it's even going to cost. But right now, for $10 a month, you can become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me any day of the week, and even on the weekends, I'll still answer your questions. I just ask for a donation. And so you can give me a donation right away. You can do it after you make your trade. If I help you on the weekend and you don't donate, you know, I'm just not going to help you the next time you want help. That's all on the weekend anyway. But I try to help. And I understand that some people, they're like, oh, I can't quite give a donation right now because I need to make money on this trade. Okay, no worries. You can give it when you're able to. They'll control everything you own. Oh, that's so true, bro. Yep, so true. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Nature Miracle launches a 20 million XRP treasury. Check this one out.
Nature's Miracle has unveiled a $20 million corporate treasury initiative focused on XRP, marking a significant move into crypto by a publicly traded vertical farming technology firm. Vertical farming firm adopts XRP as core treasury asset. Nature's Miracle Holding Incorporated, NMHI, a vertical farming technology firm, has announced plans to establish a corporate treasury program dedicated to XRP, with up to $20 million earmarked for acquisition and staking. The program will initially be funded through equity financing, with Nature's Miracle intending to allocate a portion of the financing proceeds toward XRP purchases. We see the huge potential of XRP as it improves the speed and reduces the cost of cross-border payments. We believe that the adoption of an XRP treasury program will benefit our shareholders and the company, said James Lee, CEO of Nature's Miracle. This move positions Nature's Miracle as one of the first publicly traded companies to adopt XRP as a core component of its treasury strategy. Beyond holding XRP as a long-term strategic reserve, the company plans to deploy staking mechanisms to earn yield and actively engage within the Ripple ecosystem.
That was the fastest slice of pizza I've ever eaten in my life. That was so fast. I was hungry. Mar Lopez, thank the IT guy. He brought it. Yeah, baby. Thank you, IT guy, for bringing pizza. I will reimburse you. Because I'm like that. Thank you, IT guy, for the pizza. I will send you... yeah, Elon brought us pizza today. I'll send you some cash. Thank you, Elon. Mar Lopez, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. Become a subscriber, guys. We're 65% of the way through our goal. Be a subscriber. Get one-on-one coaching with me. Elon left y'all with the internet. I know, right? Dude, our internet was down yesterday. That's, by the way, yesterday's live went down the way it did because literally the internet came back on right before the live started, and I couldn't use the computer. I couldn't do anything online. I couldn't set up anything.
Breaking news, Starlink down worldwide. Starlink just suffered a massive global outage, leaving tens of thousands of users offline, many in critical areas that rely on satellite internet for communication, security, and even survival. Reports started
This was
flooding in
us.
just after 3 p.m. Eastern today. First from the U.S., then across Europe, Asia, and Australia. Even Ukrainian forces who use Starlink on the front lines reported a total blackout. Down Detector shows up to 36,000 reports and climbing. This isn't just a blip. This is one of the largest disruptions ever recorded from Starlink. Starlink confirms the outage on X, saying we are experiencing a network-wide issue and are actively working on a solution. No cause has yet been confirmed. Could it be a massive software error, a cyber attack, or a ground misconfiguration? All options are on the table. Right now, many rural and off-grid users have no internet access at all and no timeline for recovery. We'll keep watching this closely, follow for updates, and if you rely on Starlink, make sure you've got a backup plan, because this could happen again. Breaking news.
Yeah. That really threw a wrench in our gears yesterday. That's why yesterday's live was the way it was. I had nothing prepared for the live. I had no articles. There were a couple that I pulled up real fast, and I hadn't even gone through them or anything. So that's why yesterday's live went the way it did. So if you didn't enjoy it as much, I do apologize. We were kind of riffing. And even today with Cali's live, I was a little ill prepared because I was trying to play catch up going through the news today. So I thought we were going to have more to talk about but it actually went really well. It went really well. And I do appreciate Cali coming on and everything. Great live. And if you don't follow Crypto Cali, make sure you do. Great creator. I always have fun trolling him a little bit in his live. He goes live at the right times where that's when I'm on TikTok and I'm going around. So I like to have a little fun with him. He's a great guy, though. The problem was some back deal that can only provide worldwide satellite internet. Now we know he can take it whenever. Chat, what do you think happened with Starlink? Do you think it was a cyber attack? Do you think it was a software glitch? Do you think it was a software update? Do you think it was maliciously shut down? Do you think it was China? Was it China?
Can I give my opinion on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think it was a hack. I don't think it was any of that. In the first 5 months that he was at the White House, more countries than ever in the shortest amount of time signed up for Starlink, and it was not just issued to Ukraine, it was issued all over the world. Do I think any of this, all of this was intentional? Yes, because China has discovered a new faster way satellite that can provide internet worldwide, and I think his point was, I can take it, I gave it to you, and I can take it away, and that is, to me, absolutely terrifying.
That's a little opinionated, but I get it. That's a possibility for sure. But we don't really know. Marco says it was probably Israel. I think it was China, in my opinion. We don't know what happened, okay? And are they going to tell us? Probably not going to tell us the truth. They'll come out with some kind of official narrative. He took the day off. Chat, what do you guys think happened with Starlink? Some people are saying it's the first I've heard about it. Yeah, we use Starlink. We have 2 Starlink systems, and I was like, oh yeah, we'll have a backup just in case like one goes down. That didn't help us at all, having 2. Didn't help us at all. You think it was malicious, huh? I think it was China. To be honest with you, obviously that's opinionated, but China was literally saying that they were calling Starlink a national security issue for them right when it happened. He did it on purpose to cover up something. Curry says Starship aliens. I'm going to go with the aliens. It was Starship aliens from the planet Xenu come back to reincarnate the body of L. Ron Hubbard. That's what it is. It was the Scientology. Now we're really going to get shut down. Scientology did it. It was the reincarnated alien body of L. Ron Hubbard, in my opinion. The Church of Beep Boop? Yeah. The Church of Beep Boop. What was that from? Was that South Park or was that Family Guy? I think that was Family Guy.
It was Family Guy, because
Yeah.
they're not allowed to say the other word, so it was just the Church of Beep Boop.
The Church of Beep Boop came down from whatever planet it is with Lord Xenu. Do you know anything about Scientology? It was Brad Garlinghouse.
It's weird.
You know, I know a thing or two about Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard is the founder of Scientology, and he is a science fiction writer, and he wrote a science fiction book, and people turned it into a religion. That's what's crazy to me. Didn't Elon give Starlink access to Gaza Strip, so maybe Israel people trying to stop it? Ooh. Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Did Elon give Starlink access to the Gaza Strip for the Palestinians? Oh, look it. My limit order is about to fill on Fartcoin at about 133, 132.5. And it could go even as low as 130.
So that is true. He did give them the Starlink to Gaza and the United Arab, all of them. Oh wow, yeah, he's been providing them Starlink for a while, and I guess Israel disapproved. He still gave it to them anyways for humanitarian aid, and would require security clearance. But then Israeli said they shouldn't have it. That might be something they took away, and that doesn't show me that part because Israel lies, so I don't have that information.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. Maybe it was Israel. And even if it was, would they tell us? Hell no. But I don't see why it would have to go down worldwide. But Elon himself said that everything is hackable. Everything. He said it himself. You guys want me to call Elon and ask him? Jesse, get Elon on the horn and ask him what he thinks. Let's bring him on the show. Can you get Elon?
I'm on my phone. I can't call him on my phone.
Let me see.
I can ask him though.
Yeah, ask him. See if you can get him to come on. Chat wants to ask him his opinion, what he thinks about Starlink going down, and he's the IT guy, you know. I'm curious as to what he has to say. I'm sure it's going to be some awesome conspiracy. I hope it is. I hope he thinks aliens. I want to lean towards aliens, okay? I think it was Scientologists cutting out the reception so that the aliens could enter into our atmosphere undetected. That's what I'm going with. That seems to be the most likely scenario, right? That seems most likely to me. Let's be probable here. That's the most probable explanation. We'll message the 20 Elons following me. Sure, one of them will come on your show. Elon's going to come on the show. Give him a minute. Let's get him on the show and we'll ask him. Let me get Jesse to get him on here, and we're going to ask Elon what he thinks. I'm sure he won't tell us. I think it's going to be aliens. I hope he has the craziest pipe dream idea, because that's fun. But yeah, Scientologists, aliens, lizard people, that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Okay, our IT guy is freaking smart. So his take on it is that it's a subpar product, and they didn't have enough satellites with all the satellites they've been selling. I mean, all the Starlinks they've been selling to keep up with the not that many satellites in the sky, and it was their error. And that more than likely, it's just the product isn't as good as they say it is, and therefore it caused a collapse they weren't expecting. So they probably slowly integrated everybody back into the system, and they're going to have to launch more satellites for it to not happen again, which makes sense.
I was hoping aliens. Dang it. I hate it, but he's usually right.
He's usually right about this, and as fun as aliens and the Church of Beep Boop might be, that is the logical answer. They bit off more than they can chew. It's a subpar, internet, and it just was too much at one time.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's subpar, but it's definitely in beta. I would say it's in beta. It's not. So basically, the Coinbase effect happened to Starlink. Overloaded. You got froze out of your bags, baby. Simon says, I knew Elon would confess. I'm still going with aliens. All right. Aliens overloaded the satellites. If you saw Independence Day, remember they put the code, the time clock counting down through our satellites. The aliens overloaded our satellites with their signal, and the countdown has begun for the invasion. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Oh, look at that fart coin hit right on that 133 line and bounced right back up. Oh, like freaking beautifully. Yeah, fart coin's about to send. Fart coin's about to send. I'm going to put it in order. Hold on, chat. I need this. I need
Can
more.
I like not get paid by the fart coin, because that's just unsettling. I don't want to tell my family, oh, I got paid by a fart. Like, that's really weird.
I'm about the fart life. I'm putting a massive bag into fart coin right now. I have to regain my losses. It's done. It's done. Half my SXT bag is in fart coin now. Now it's going to drop. Now it's just going to drop like crazy because I bought it. That's been my luck. The last 2 days of trading has just been horrible. Mother Dragon says, how dare you? Mother Dragons, thank you for the liquidity for my fart coin. Time to get out of SXT. No, I wouldn't say that. I'm still holding. This is going to be short term. I'm just going to let this bag pump. And then I'm going to get myself out quickly. But this one should pump over the next couple days. Let's see. How long did it take? 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We have 5 days till the 1st. That's perfect with our timeline. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 or 3 days. This one should pump. And hopefully I can regain all my losses from farts. Then I can pay the staff with my farts. That's the goal here. That is the goal, is to pay the staff with farts. All right? If you're not paying your people with farts, you're doing it wrong. All right, I got myself a nice limit order in. Or not a limit order. I just bought it market. I did a trade. I traded some of my SXT for some fart coin. You will never see me buy a meme coin unless it's this one and it looks like this. Okay? And now it's coming back down. See, every time I buy something, it comes down. This has been my luck this week. All week, it's been like that. If I'm buying, it's coming down. Is it about to rip? It looks like it. Obviously, maybe not just yet, but it seems like a solid buy to me. This one should rip. I'm going to put my sell order at, let's see here. Let's measure this.
Mother of Dragons, he don't listen, so it's like talking to the wall.
I'm going to say 177. 177, that's where I'm going to sell at, baby. 175 to 177. And that should wick to 177. And I should be able to catch the wick on that one. I should put it at 175, but I'm trying to make money here. I got mouths to feed here. Scared money don't make money. Facts. Yep. Honestly, fart coin just looks textbook to me. Looks textbook. And obviously it could fall down here again to like 127 to 125, but it would rip from there if it's not going to rip from where it's at already. But I'm seeing a nice heavy wick right here. Seeing another nice wick right here. that even if it comes down more, eventually this bad boy's gonna rip. It's gonna rip. Heck, whiff. You got it, buddy. But if we do that, we need music. Dog whiff hat? Is that the one? Who let the dogs out? Is this it right here? Yeah, whiff USD. Well, we got a descending channel. That should pump it up on the day. That should take
really
it.
cool because there's a limited supply of WIF tokens at 998 million with no plans of burning or staking mechanisms. So it's an interesting meme coin.
No burning, though. That's a bummer. All I ever wanted was a black brand national. Fuck being rational. I love Kendrick. They're not like us. Those in the Epstein files are not like us, baby. Let me see here. This looks like a cup and handle to me, baby. This could be forming a handle here. Looks like it got this cup and handle, but it didn't play out. Now it's got maybe making this cup and handle, or it's a double top. If whiff, whiff might be a double top, man. Which means it's coming down to all-time lows. All-time lows. Careful on this one, baby. This one, hopefully you got in down here somewhere and you're in profits. This one looks like a double top. This one looks like it's toasty to the mosty. But it's a meme coin and it's unchartable. Yeah, whiff is old. It's a dog coin. Dog coins are done, dude. A cute coin, people might buy it. I think dog coins are done. I really do. What are your thoughts on Pump Fun? I mean, it's cool. If you're into the trenches, it's cool. F coin? You mean fart coin? I'm all about fart coin right now. Everybody buy some fart coin. I need the price to go up. Don't listen to me, okay? Don't listen to me. I just threw half of my biggest bag at fart coin right now. Can you take a look at Banana 31 and give me your take? So I'm only offering TA for subscribers now. Doge is Doge is a dog coin. Hell, I'll tell you what. If you guys don't want to subscribe, you can send galaxies. Okay, and I'll TA what you want. Unless you're a subscriber, you get it for free. But the way to do it, become a subscriber. Okay, I offer on-demand TA all week long for any project. You can message me and say, hey, can you give me TA on this coin? And boom, it's done. I'm telling you, deluxe subscription, worth every penny. It pays for itself.
Can you stop selling your SXT, please? That would be great. Thank you.
Is it going down? SXT is probably going down because I just sold a massive bag. Let's go look and see how bad it's tanking right now just because of me selling it. I bet you it's starting to. Everyone's panic selling right now because the goat just sold SXT.
I'm trying Mother of Dragons. He doesn't listen.
SXT looks like a solid buy. Yeah, SXT is doing great actually. It's got a doji here, but look at this massive hammer candle. But Fartcoin's going to move more. I'm going to buy more SXT, okay? Just relax. It's just that's where my biggest bag was. I didn't want to have to like send money from the bank into the exchange to buy Fartcoin. That the bank be like, "What's the money for?" Just going to buy a bag of farts. They're going to be like, "You're going to buy that many farts? That's a lot of farts." Imagine having to explain to the IRS why you spent $100,000 on a bag of farts. They're like, why did you spend $100,000 on a bag of farts? And why did a bag of farts cost $100,000? SXT is the vibe for sure. SXT is phenomenal. All right. SXT is going to do massive things. I'm probably going to get burned on Fartcoin. I've never done well with meme coins. I've done well, but didn't take profits when I was supposed to. This one is a long-term hold or a short-term hold, a swing trade. This is whatever you want it to be. Carbon tax. Yeah. Too many farts depleting the ozone layer. We all have to buy Fartcoin to save the ozone. Start storing your farts up in a bag. Let's see here. Do we have more TA? Guys, become a subscriber. Become a subscriber. Get TA on demand. Okay, message me directly. Yes, SXT, baby. SXT. Now I got to look at Fartcoin again because I'll tell you what. I've been having bad luck the last couple days.
Somebody's asking for Tao, T-A-O.
I got you on Tal. Yeah. Fartcoin solid. Fartcoin solid. I'm leaving SXT and Fartcoin open.
Oh my goodness. And then after that, Solana. So Tao and Solana.
Ooh. Tau is a hard TA. I think Tau could go up. Let me look at the one. That's a difficult one. I don't know. I can't TA this one. I am unsure. I haven't been stumped in a while. I think this could be like a double bottom thing here. This is a tough one. Why are you giving me hard ones? Making me look bad. I don't know. I'll tell you, it looks like a broadening wedge, kind of to me, which seems bearish. It should bring it back down, fill this fair value gap. 355. Good credit. Token is the ticker. So it's not TAO. Am I on the wrong thing? Oh, two different coins. All right, I'll do token when I get to it, like, because I got to go in order here. Solana. Solana. Oh yeah, that's the same thing. That double bottom thing. Here's the thing, Solana. This is scary. Is that a Head and Shoulders? Sending Solana down to 33 cents? 50 cents to 33 cents for Solana if this is a Head and Shoulders. I'm not buying. I don't believe that's what's going to happen. It's what it looks like, though. That's a scary thing to see on the chart, especially for Solana. I don't think it plays out, though, to be honest with you. I really don't, because it's Solana. Yeah, Solana moves crazy, right? It's got like that double bottom look, but this is like an ascending channel. I think what happens is Solana does this. And then that would be a Head and Shoulders. Solana, and that puts us into November, October, November. Okay. So yeah, Solana's going to come down, and it looks like mid-August, September be a buy. And it could be a little bit tighter than this. It'd probably be more like this. More like that. And that would be middle of August, week into August, something like that would be a buy. And then October, November would be the top. And then it's a Head and Shoulders, and it's over by February. That lines up. That's scary. I sure hope alt season breaks this kind of stuff and it goes up and it sees a new all-time high. The charts say Batman. This is the Batman symbol right here. That doesn't mean this is going to happen because this is Solana and we can go into alt season, which would just break everything, right? Solana might be telling a lot. I know that's scary to me. You know, I need to talk to Cosmic Crypto. Let me see if I can get him on here. I got a question for him.
Okay, well, your next ones are token and then CVX.
Go see if Cosmic Crypto. Let me see if he's in my history. No, he's not on. I need Cosmic Crypto so bad right now. I have a question for him. Because he keeps saying something and it could mean two different things. And I think he knows that. I think, because you know how Cosmic is, right? The way he. And I think what he's saying is cryptic in a way where I'm just like, are you trying to say something without saying it? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. The whole chart is an inverted Head and Shoulders. I don't see an inverted. I see a regular Head and Shoulders. I don't see an inverted. All right. Let's see. We did Solana. Who was next?
Token and then CVX.
Got you. How you guys like the jams? Got a little Bitcoin. How you guys like this song? Am I on the right coin? This can't be it. This cannot be the chart. Chat. This cannot be the chart for token. Tell me this isn't it. This can't be it, right? Is it token or token fi? Token. Like toking or token? There we go. This one right here, right? That's the double bottom, baby. That is the double. Look, it got a double bottom here, played out beautifully in the micro. Now it's got a macro double bottom. And it's got a descending channel right here, which is kind of a bull flag, right? This one should pump. 4 cents minimum. It could do 3.5. Okay. It could do 3.5, but I'm gonna lean towards 4 cents, baby, on this one. Yeah, this one's about to take off. If you're looking for one to get into for alt season, by the way, is it a meme coin or a altcoin? Or Jesse, does this have utility? Where can you buy it? I think it's on Kraken. This one's on Kraken.
Okay, it's a utility token. A crypto token that gives users. Okay, so it has to do with the blockchains. It's not very clear, but it's like built on top of existing blockchains, mostly on Ethereum.
Ooh, that's good.
Currency payments, utility governance, and to up their security.
Security. I'm buying this. I'm going to sell all my fart coin and buy this bad boy.
Okay, next one is CVX.
CVX?
Yes.
Thank you for keeping me on point, Jesse.
I know, it's actually easier this way if I can actually talk to you because I'm always like super delayed on the mic.
Right, I like this new setup. Doing it this way is much better. and you can work remotely. Neo, thank you for the money gun. Appreciate it. Let's see, what's our live goal? There's our live goal. We need a galaxy. I got you on new coins, Oz. Yeah, dude. What was that one we just looked at? Token? Oh, TikTok seller with a hat mustache. Thank you. Token, baby. Jesse, write that one down. I want to buy that one. I want to buy that one. That might be the next coin that I start shilling right now. That one looks good.
Stop shilling coins. Thank you.
But we're going into alt season. People need to know what to buy.
Integrity is more important.
What we need to
than
do
money.
is we need to find out market cap on it and coin supply. Yeah, we need to make a shopping list, Jesse. Add token to the shopping list. And we're going to do some research on these, and we'll put the information on the Discord. So CVX, CoinVex Finance. SXT is moving. Of course it is, because I sold it. That's the luck I've been having lately. Every time I trade out of SXT, it pumps. And that's because it dips, because I sold, and then people's limit orders fill. I'll take 2 whole chickens of tokens. CVX is double bottom right here. Got its pump. Make sure you're taking profits. It's in the profit zone right now. It could potentially go to 6 cents, but it's at like 5.556. You better take some profits on this one. CVX. Take some profits, baby. It doesn't mean that it's not going to go. Let me look in the 1 hour and see if it's about to send. Yeah, it's about to send. 6 cents. 6 cents on this one is the next spot to 6.5. Let me see here. Let me zoom out again. Yeah, 6 cents, baby. Maybe 6.10. $6 on this bad boy. I would take some profits now, though, for sure. Because technically this is played out. It's above played out. Space and time is a long hold. Yes, but it's also a trade. It's both. You want to grow that back.
Literally, you just took out of it to buy fart coins, so I don't really think you have a say right now.
I'm going to put it
And
back.
The next one is gonna be.
Oh, look.
The next one is Pudgy Penguin.
CVX is dropping now. You better take profits on this one right now. You better take profits on this one. That doesn't mean that it won't send more, but it's right there, okay? It's right there. I'm going to buy more SXT. Relax. Relax. I'm going to buy more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grow a fat bag off a fart coin and put it back into SXT. But I'm going to keep 1 fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart. We need to keep this set up. What set up? With the music? Yeah, I'm gonna let fart coin pump, take that money and throw it back into SXT when it dumps. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grow my SXT bag with meme coins right now. I gotta play catch up. I did some leverage trading over the last couple days trying to create funds to pay the staff here, and I got burned hard. So I'm liquidated right now. I'm not in a good place financially. We got hit hard. I can't be perfect all the time. I'm gonna make mistakes. I got too bullish. That's why I gotta talk to Cosmic Crypto. I gotta ask him a question. Because he baby, if it can break up here to 5 cents, it's solid. Otherwise, it double tops at 4 or 6, and then it's a head and shoulders, and it's Dunskies. I don't think it's Dunskies yet, though. Everyone's talking about pudgy penguins. Yeah, this one's moving now. Take profits at 5 cents. Take profits at 4.045. CTF is a sleeper coin. Look at its market cap. Jesse, can you look at the market cap of CTF? Man, I really have to get contacts. I really do. I cannot wear these glasses and headphones at the same time. I need to get like Morpheus glasses. Remember Morpheus's glasses? How they just like clipped on the nose? That's what I need.
Okay, market capitalization between 36 million and 38 million USD, depending on the data source. There's over 120 million CTF tokens in circulation. Price is 30 cents. Let me see. It's a symbol known as Crypto Task Force, which is related and trades at vastly different scale. Can't really find too much about it, but except that it sells at 30 cents.
What's its market cap again?
For USD, 36 to 38 million.
38 million? Oh, that's low.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. XRP is pumping. Looks like everything's about to pump.
Okay, do ADA.
I like this song. Cardano. Cardano looks like it's about to pump. Everything looks like it's about to pump right now. turn the music off. Is it too loud now? First of all, you're not even a subscriber. So I would turn the music off. I would consider it if you were a subscriber, but all the subscribers want the music. So what are the best cryptos to invest in right now? Alts. Altcoins. I usually play music that is not copyrighted. I own the rights to it. But I'm digging the music. I'm more entertained. All right, what was the next coin?
Did you do 88?
Yeah, so, okay, so we got the double bottom here. It's not quite played out yet. It needs to go to $1, okay? This thing for this double bottom, I'd even call it maybe a triple bottom. It should hit it should hit at least $1. 99.5 for sure. Like it needs to. And it could go way higher. It could go to $1.15.
Jasmy is next. Jasmy.
Jasmy. Jasmy's a meme coin or a utility coin? Oh yeah. Jasmy's prime to pump. Descending channel. Prime double bottom. Jasmy to 0 to 8 to 3 cents. I'm thinking 3 cents, but 0.28 to 3 cents. That's where you're gonna take your profits. It's a box. Remember, it's a box. Somewhere in there, it's gonna land. Usually, you would take 0 to 8 would be. It'll probably wick into 3 cents or above it, but 0 to 8 is where you're gonna want to take your profits or exit, depending on how you feel.
I don't see any else from the subscribers. If I missed anybody that's a deluxe subscriber, please post back in the chat.
Jasmy will hit $1 easy. $1? Is that even its all-time high? Does Jasmy have utility? Bro, Jasmy is not going to $1. Jasmy will be lucky to see all-time highs again. If Jasmy's going to $1, I'm throwing everything at this right now. There's no way. The all-time high for Jasmy is 35 cents. Dude, there's no way this thing's going to do all-time highs again. That narrative, that 2022 narrative, maybe, dude. No way it's doing $1. Am I looking at the wrong chart? Or are you using... This is US dollars. Maybe you're looking in yen.
The same chart I pulled up. It looks exactly the same.
Maybe 5 in... What do they use in What is it? Thailand? Bot? $5 bot.
Okay, next one is Casper.
Casper.
Emot, we did token. Did you miss it?
I did token. I did it.
I know, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Seamont. Your next one is Casper. Seamont, don't play with me.
Casper. Casper Labs or just Casper? All right, that's throwing me off. That's got to go. Casper.
CSPR.
Yes, Casper should go back to 2.5 cents. Casper should go back to 2.5 cents. I feel so white, but I love this music. I wish I knew how to dance. I can dance, just not anymore. It doesn't look right. I'm not young enough to be dancing anymore. Like, put me in a suit in a ballroom dance, I will fit the part. Anything else? Nope. Have you guys ever been to one of those silent dance parties where everybody's wearing a headphones? It's a lot of fun. I went on a cruise with my wife and danced with headphones on and took the headphones off, and all you hear is squeaking and giggling and laughing. It's actually kind of fun. Casper TA is, this thing's going to 2.5 cents. Bro, what haven't you done? Dude, big baller. If you only knew. One of these days, we're going to have to sit down and I'm going to have to tell you everything I've seen and done and been through, bro. I couldn't even tell you all in one sitting. I have done some pretty spectacular and pretty horrific things in my life. If you guys are looking for TA or information, fact checking, you guys got to be a subscriber. Okay? It's for subscribers now. I'm sorry, but you got to subscribe. And with that subscription comes on-demand TA. Okay? You can message me and ask me for TA on any project, anytime. We will do it on the Beer Gator fishing boat. Dude, I'm so down for the Beer Gator party barge. That's coming. We need to plan that too. I just need to know what the budget is and what we can do. And dude, I'm telling you, I'm down for party barge. I'm down for Raiders games, down for whatever. Go promote the hell out of this thing and sell Beer Gators. And if you want a Beer Gator, I will be adding, as soon as we get this contract signed, I will be adding a Beer Gator early sign up to secure your Beer Gator. Be one of the first people to own it. And that'll be on Discord. There'll be a special spot where you can put your name and say, I want a Beer Gator. And that'll be on Discord, and you can get, and it'll be based off of who gets in there first and pays. And you'll get your Beer Gator first. It's not even released yet. It's coming soon. And I just had a phone meeting with the owner of Beer Gator today. And we're going to be having partnerships with breweries where you're going to be able to go to certain breweries and get it filled. It's going to be amazing. The problem with BeerGator is the name and TikTok. We're going to have to expand YouTube and Twitch. Today's live is exclusively on TikTok, but that's because we're probably going to be moving to... Can you make kombucha with BeerGator? You can put any liquid in it. Any kind of liquid in it. When's your next TikTok deadline? As of right now, there is no deadline. But I have a feeling we're going to be doing a Twitch exclusive soon where the whole show is going to be on Twitch or on YouTube for a while. So that's why we're exclusively on TikTok right now, to get in our hours for my agent. Yes, you can put milk in the BeerGator. Yes. Yes, you can. You could put goat milk in the BeerGator.
Don't be weird.
Any liquid will go in this BeerGator. Any liquid. Anything for a party. You could put Gatorade in it and use it at kids' soccer games. It could be the Gator. Gatorade or Gator. You can put any liquid in it. It's beautiful.
Which exchange is that on you?
WGC.
Base. Okay.
I'm not seeing it here. Let me see. I'm not finding it here. Wild goat coin? That's better. Wild goat coin. Why don't I own this?
Thanks a lot, Neo.
I'm not finding it here. I see goat coin. I see goat. Wild. Wilder. Let me try this. Is it gonna let me do it on Coinbase? I can't really read it on here. WLD. WLD is the... I'm seeing that one. It says WorldCoin. We all need some goat coin. I know, right? Maybe my phone listening to me. I see WLD. I can't find wild goat coin, dude. My apologies.
I mean, it exists, but I can't find a chart for it either.
I can't find a chart. I can't find it on an exchange. All right. Early, is that a coin or is that? It kind of looks like a cup and handle right there. And it pumped. It's come back down. I think this one, along with everything else, is about to pump. Next spot of resistance is $1.40 to $1.45. Doesn't mean that it won't go to a new all-time high.
WLD is a world coin.
$1.85 on this one to $1.90. Maybe even $1.95. And even $2. Those are all those are your profit taking zones along the way up. $1.40, $1.45, $1.50, $1.55, $1.65, $1.75, $1.85, $90, $95, $2. Oh, it's early to get in on GoatCoin? So it hasn't released yet. So that means there's no chart. Because I seen this something about an airdrop for the goat coin. I don't like to get things early, okay? I want to get them after they found a floor. I don't want to get stuck holding a bag. You know what I mean? All right, do we have another? Guess we can get back to the news. Cryptocurrency still has limited Main Street appeal. 14% of U.S. adults report owning Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. Most others have no interest in buying and view crypto as highly risky. Men aged 18 to 49 are mostly receptive, with 25% owning it. Cryptocurrency ownership is most common among men under 50. So there's really not a strong sentiment behind crypto right now. There's a lot of people that are out of it right now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It means we are early. We are so early. We are so early. The retail money hasn't really hit yet. I think that's why people are long-term holding. They're waiting for adoption so that it becomes mainstream. No, we don't do Drake. No diddlers. U.S. crypto legislation drives blockchain hiring surge. 1.5 million applications at Coinbase. 22% U.S. attendance at Decentraland's event. The U.S. blockchain innovation and hiring surge due to favorable legislation and rising crypto interest. Genius and Clarity Act streamline regulation, driving 1.5 million Coinbase applications and Decentraland's 22% U.S. event attendance. Roles expand beyond technical fields. JP Morgan, IBM to include community management and AI integrated workflows. Dude, this is a heavy indication of mainstream crypto. I'm not calling it adoption yet. Yes, crypto will be adopted. I just don't think it's happening right now. It's not happening this cycle. I just don't see it, okay? Let's be real. The top of the cycle is the new paradigm, the new introduction to society, okay? We're just not there yet. Maybe next cycle. Trump said he's considering rebate checks for Americans based off tariff revenue. Let's check this out. Tariff revenue checks for Americans. Does this cause people not to sell out of the market? Because last time people got checks, what did they do with it? They pumped it into the markets, right? So if he's about to release checks, maybe that's so that it offsets those tariff drops. I'm telling you, they're totally insider trading.
Listen to how he says it and what he says. It's not definitive.
Economic policy. For more on the Trump administration's economic policy, we go now to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Mr. Secretary.
Great to be here.
Well, you heard in our polling some of the perceptions of the economy. 61% of Americans believe the administration is putting too much focus on tariffs. 70% say the administration is not doing enough to lower prices, and 60% oppose new tariffs on imported goods. This is a centerpiece to your policy plan. How do you reverse public opposition?
Oh, they're going to love the deals that President Trump and I are doing. I mean, they're just going to love them. You know, the president figured out the right answer and sent letters to these countries, said this is going to fix the trade deficit. This will go a long way to fixing the trade deficit. And that's gotten these countries to the table. And they're going to open their markets or they're going to pay the tariff. And if they open their markets, the opportunity for Americans to export, to grow their business, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, this is going to be, the next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books. President Trump is going to deliver for the American people.
Next 2 weeks for the record books, because you have that August 1st deadline. But President Trump sent letters to most of the major trading partners announcing higher tariff rates effective August 1st. That could hit countries accounting for 3/4 of U.S. imports. Let's talk about Canada, one of the big ones. Their prime minister said this past week there's not a lot of evidence they can get a trade deal with the U.S. that avoids tariffs. Is your message to Canada, Mr. Secretary, that no matter what they offer at the negotiating table, free trade's gone, there will be a tariff in place?
No, see, that's silly. We have a plan called USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Virtually 75% of all goods coming from Mexico and Canada already come in tariff-free. The president said, look, unless you stop this fentanyl and close the border, we're just going to keep tariffs on the other 25%. And that's what he has on. So don't be confused about it. The president understands that we need to open the markets. Canada is not open to us. They need to open their market. Unless they're willing to open their market, they're going to pay a tariff. That's a simple message the president has. It's fair trade. It's reciprocal trade. Why should we have our country be wide open while theirs is closed? This is an 80-year wrong that President Trump is trying to fix. And our businesses are going to really, really enjoy it. I think the president's going to open between $300 and $400 billion of opportunity for Americans. That's 1.5%, up to 1.5% GDP growth, because the president's going to open all these markets up.
Yeah.
You saw it with Vietnam. You saw it with Indonesia. You're going to watch
I'm not buying it.
those other countries decide if they want to do business with America. Let's just open our market up to America. That's opportunity that President Trump is bringing.
Well, we saw framework announcements with those countries you just mentioned, but back on what the Canadian Prime Minister, the man you're negotiating with, said, he's assuming there's going to be a tariff here. There's already this baseline 10% tariff
I'll do
that
fart
we are
coin
seeing
again.
from the administration. Is that set in stone, or is it going to go to like 15 or 20%?
Well, I think what you've got is you should assume that the small countries, you know, the Latin American countries, the Caribbean countries, many countries in Africa, they will have a baseline tariff of 10%. And then the bigger economies will either open themselves up or they'll pay a fair tariff to America for not opening themselves up and treating America unfairly. So what the president's view is, and what she's instructed me to do, is say, look, if you're willing to open yourself up and really open your economy to American business, to ranchers, fishermen, farmers, and businesses, then of course we'll make a better deal with you. But if you're going to keep your tariffs and your tariff barriers holding us down, then of course it seems fair that you should pay a tariff to do business with the greatest customer on earth, the American consumer.
Okay, so just quickly, are you going to renegotiate that free trade deal, the USMCA?
Oh, I think the president is absolutely going to renegotiate USMCA,
Okay.
but that's a year from today.
Exactly.
So today, of course, 75% comes in free, but of course, should you expect us to renegotiate it? It makes perfect sense for the president to renegotiate it. He wants to protect American jobs. He doesn't want cars built in Canada or Mexico when they could be built in Michigan and Ohio.
This is what I've been saying.
For American workers, the president's
Tariffs are
got
not
the
going
American
anywhere.
workers back. That's why they elected him. That's why the stock market's at all-time highs. They understand, the president actually understands business and is doing it the right way.
Well, okay, let me ask you about Europe.
Moon cheese,
Boeing
baby.
airplanes, Kentucky bourbon. These are some of the things that the Europeans are looking to target if we get into a trade war as retaliation by them.
They're not going to do it.
You
They're
just
just
met
not
with the
gonna
European.
They're
Trade
absolutely
Negotiators.
gonna do it.
Kind of downbeat. You disagree? You think we are going to get a deal with the European Union?
You know, I was on the phone with the European trade negotiators this morning, about a half hour ago. So there's plenty of room. Look, the president and the European Union, these are the two biggest trading partners in the world talking to each other. We'll get a deal done. I am confident we'll get a deal done. Okay? And it will be great for America because the president has the back of America. So I think all these key countries will figure out it is better to open their markets to the United States of America than to pay a significant tariff. And Donald Trump has made that point clear. No one has protected America the way Donald Trump has protected America. It is so fun to work.
Let's
for
play
him
this video a
because
week from now.
I have him behind me saying the right things for America.
Let me bookmark
and
it.
I get to do those negotiations with all these countries. And you're going to see the best set of trade deals you've ever seen for America and for the American people.
Is that August 1st deadline with the EU a hard deadline? Are you going to get a deal since you were just on the phone?
No, that's a hard deadline. So on August 1st, the new tariff rates will come in. But nothing stops countries from talking to us after August 1st, but they're going to start paying the tariffs on August 1st. Now remember, the world is paying 10% right now, and China's paying 30%. So that's right now, and that's why we're running at about plus $30 billion a month for the American people.
Name something in your house that's Canadian. Maple syrup.
To make America stronger. We are finally protecting America.
Your car.
You'll have that income if you keep them in place, but if you're negotiating them away, then they won't be there. So that is contradictory to me. But
nothing's getting no.
So
nothing's
you're not
getting
negotiating the
away.
tariffs.
We
Yep,
have a
Ford,
10% of the world.
Lincoln Mercury,
10% is
Jeep.
definitely going to stay. Many countries will pay higher. like Vietnam and Indonesia, right? They're 19 and 20%. Most countries will pay higher. The small countries are likely to be 10%, but the bigger countries are likely to pay higher. That's just the way it's going to be because we can't have these $1 trillion trade deficit. It's just wrong for America, and Donald Trump is going to fix it.
And American corporations are just going to swallow that and not pass that price increase on to consumers? What's your projection?
What's so interesting is that you're worried about the importers. How about the people who build and employ Americans
No, I'm asking
here?
about people who go to the
People who
store
make
to buy.
cars here, people who manufacture here. They don't pay a tariff. They don't.
Dude,
pay a
this
tariff.
journalist is
So President
grilling
Trump says
him.
it all the time. Build in America, you don't pay a tariff. The idea
She's
that
grilling
these
him.
importers are more important than the people who employ Americans.
Neo,
I think
thank
it's
you.
just a wrong way of thinking about it. Americans deserve to be employed here and have the best jobs in the world, and that's what Donald Trump is trying to deliver.
I was asking about consumer prices, what people will pay when they go to the store. But in
Ooh.
since you don't want to answer,
Dang, shots fired.
Shockingly low.
okay, the consumer price
Shots
index,
fired.
doesn't currently reflect that though. That the trend is towards higher.
Well, it just went up. Would it go
Oh
up
my
a
God.
tenth of a percent? Look, the dollar has
2
declined
tenths on the core.
more than 10%, right? So the dollar declining sort of softens tariffs completely. These are small numbers.
Chat.
You're going to see inflation is not going to change. Remember, inflation is an expectation of rates continuing to grow. Tariffs are just going to reset the price level for
She's
imports
not
from
buying the
certain
moon
imports
cheese.
from certain countries, but everybody who's building in America. And remember, Donald Trump announced over $11 trillion of building in America. All that building in America, the construction jobs here, but then when those products come on the shelves, they come on much cheaper. Energy is cheaper.
Lies.
I think you're going to see inflation stay right where it is.
Lies.
Jerome Powell, who's held these rates up way too high,
Thank
high.
you.
You're going to see him cut rates. The Fed's going to cut rates.
Thank you, TikTok
mortgages
seller.
are going to be cheaper, and America's going to be so much better off under Donald Trump.
Well, there are reports that the Treasury Secretary has talked
This
the
is
president
peak.
out of his threat to fire the Fed chair, since the Fed's already expected on a consensus basis to be lowering rates. Are you telling us tonight or today that he's not under threat, that he will keep his job?
The president is an amazingly transparent person. When he thinks something, he says it. So he says, look, this guy's doing the worst job. We have interest rates the same as Gabon. You know,
Bro.
Europe, all of Europe, the 27 countries of Europe are in the 2s and we're in the 4s. That means your mortgage, everybody's watching, their mortgage is 2 points higher than it should be. So the Fed should be cutting rates, and Donald Trump's going to try to figure out how to get there. Whether he decides to let Jerome Powell stay in the job or not, I'll leave that to Donald Trump. I think the guy's doing the worst job. He's costing us, you and me and the American people, more than $500 billion. I think he's costing us $700 billion a year by keeping rates too high. It's just wrong. I don't know why he's torturing America this way. Our rates should be lower.
He doesn't unilaterally set those rates, but we have to leave it there. We are out of time. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us.
That was amazing.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned.
No, it's not live right now. That was incredible. That was journalism, okay? That is what journalism is supposed to look like. And remember when we did the Dead Daddy White Rock thing? That's how journalism's supposed to be done, guys. You're not just supposed to glaze the person that you're interviewing. That's what all these freaking softball interviews have been with journalism. And that was ABC. That was like bought and paid for media, right? That was beautiful. That's what I want to see. That is real journalism right there. Hats off to ABC and that journalist. Yeah, she grilled him and slammed him and made him answer questions that are uncomfortable. And obviously he fed her a bunch of moon cheese, but we're so done with the bullshit, right? I don't believe anything he said. I don't. I really don't. I agree with her 100%. These days, when you get a journalist like that, that is rare. That is so rare. She had him farting. I know, right? Let's look at Fartcoin real quick.
You know what's wild to me is that he just bold-faced lied. You can tell a con artist when you see one. That's just how that works. You can feel it, the vibe and everything. But the constant, when I have a problem, tariffs have never worked in the history of ever. But my thing is that, oh, it's not going to affect the consumer. Who is paying for the tariffs? Because it's not the government. We are paying for the tariffs. And even all the automobile makers that we do have here, like, we don't know what we're going to do. Our costs are going to go up $1.2 billion. Like, we have no idea how to finagle this. But the only people that are going to suffer is us. People who have to actually buy things, go to the grocery store, get gas. All of that is going to go up a significant amount. And this whole rhetoric of, oh, it's going to help. No, it's not. We're already in inflation. We're already going up in prices. You know, I can't get my eggs, my big stack of eggs, for less than $30 that I used to pay $20 for. So it's not a, what did he say, like a 1/10 raise in prices. That's not true at all.
It's double. It's double the price.
It is.
And it'll go higher.
And it's infuriating because nobody's making a deal because we're being bullies about it, and there's no deal coming. Nobody's talking about that. The EU said, nah, we're putting reciprocal tariffs. Canada is like, nah, we're putting reciprocal. The whole, even China was like, bet, go for it, bet. And there is no deals. Like,
China said that they want to make a deal. They said they don't want to fight
on their terms.
Oh, definitely.
On their terms. And there won't be this big, beautiful deal because China's like, bet, I don't care. Do it, but you're going to do what I want to do. I don't know. I can't believe people believe this is helpful. It's just going to get so much worse. And then they cut all that money from schools and hospitals. Like, how is life supposed to be cheaper for us? People won't be able to afford insurance or groceries. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't see how.
I saw that TikTok seller. You can Venmo the government now to pay off the government debt.
Wait, that's not a joke?
Article. It's totally real. And I was showing the IT guy today, and I was like, you know what? If they can Venmo me my electricity bill, that would be a lot more better than me Venmoing the U.S. government and debt they got themselves
Chat,
into.
Can you Venmo me the electricity bill here? I think the bill for the studio this month was almost $900. $900 for electricity here in the studio. Pretty magnificent. And that's not even including the internet. We have 2 Starlinks. So that's another 200. Just in electrical overhead, it's over $1,000 a month. We still haven't been able to get solar panels because California is on back order for like months. They said it could take like more than 6 months, more like years before they're even going to come out here and put up solar panels. It's going to be at least a year. And conveniently, when they raise the price of electricity, it's just ridiculous. We cannot get them to come out here to do the solar panels.
It's not even that, because I've tried to, and they're like, oh, the price, we're preparing for the price of everything to go up, so your price is going to go up for what you were buying by $5,000, but I still have to wait. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Right, they're holding off on installs because they know that the price of things are going to go up, so they're holding on to their supply, and it also, because of tariffs, they're like having trouble getting the goods, so they're waiting to jack the prices up before they'll install anything. It's pretty crazy. I have money and I can't get solar out here. That's where we're at with the solar. So we're stuck paying the electric bill. I cannot wait till we can get solar out here. It can't come fast enough. And I'm trying to work with Tesla. I'm like, hey, Tesla, we want to put a charging station here, right? We've already got a fueling station. I'm like, let's add a charging station. And I want to do like a business or something out here where we're got like a truck stop or something. And I can't get Tesla to do a contract. I can't get any solar deals out here. Nothing. Even if I buy a Tesla and have them put in the charging panel, they still won't bring out solar panels. The TikTok shop wind generator, that doesn't generate enough to do anything. We have serious power demands out here. You know, a charging company in Chicago, we'll have to talk. I want to turn this place into a charging station. Because I believe that the planes are going to be electric in the future, and they're going to need a place to charge. Yeah, give me their phone number. I'll give them a call. See if we can work something out. The problem is, right now, they want too much money down for what I want to do. I want to get in contact with somebody that sees I have the land, sees the vision that I have, and doesn't make me go so out of pocket just to make something happen where they're going to make all the freaking money, you know? They're going to make all the money and I'm the one that's got to fork out. It just doesn't seem right to me. It's more on principle. I don't see why I should have to fork out on something for them to make all the money with the business. It just doesn't seem right.
It's not even that, and you don't even, especially out here in California, you don't even get that kickback of the extra electricity. They're just like, thank you, and they give you a very small percentage of whatever you're putting in that's extra. It's just a messed up system.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the solar technology that they're putting out now is going to be subpar to what's going to be coming out over the next few years. And you're going to end up shilling out all this money for this equipment, and then it's going to be subpar, and it's not going to be, and you're going to have to buy all new equipment anyway. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm stuck in limbo as far as the electrical out here. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, Trump teases more tariff letters ahead of August 1st deadline. It's going to make us watch a stupid ad. I try to watch these ads before, and then they still, they regenerate.
I'm Atral Nashar in Washington. It's a pivotal moment for President Trump's economy as his boldest tariff policies to date are truly about to kick in. 1 week from Friday, President Trump's next round of tariffs on trading partners around the world are set to take effect, some
1 week.
as high as 50%.
After months of delays and extensions, President Trump's tidal wave of universal tariffs, higher than anything we've seen so far, will hit imports August 1st. The president brushing off economists' forecasts that taxing products coming into the U.S. will add to inflation, with prices expected to really start rising in the fall.
We have no inflation. We wiped out inflation.
So far, tariffs impact
We have no inflation.
with moderate price increases on goods that usually come from abroad, like furniture and certain food products. Key trading partners, Canada, Mexico, South Korea, and the European Union are heading into August 1st without a negotiated
Guys,
deal.
we have no
Instead,
inflation.
a letter from President Trump
We've
tells them
wiped it
their
out.
Products will be tariffed between 25 and 35% respectively.
Once those letters go out, we have a deal.
Whether the president actually
Once those letters go out,
taxes is questioned by many on
the markets are screwed.
phrase taco. Trump always chickens out. Friday morning,
50-50 chance, maybe less than that.
Minutes later, he said this.
I think EU has got a pretty good chance of making a deal.
If not, the EU
Nope.
is ready to hit back with counter tariffs of their own.
That's what's
Wall
coming.
Street has more than recovered from the initial blow of Trump's April tariff rollout. It seems the one trade relationship still making investors nervous is America's biggest, with China. The U.S. and China have a temporary trade agreement expiring August 12th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent seeking to extend it during their talks in Sweden next week.
Hopefully, we can see the Chinese pull back on some of this glut of manufacturing that they're doing and concentrate on building a consumer economy.
Should you sell your bags?
Up to 200% tariffs on pharmaceuticals.
I don't know.
Domestic drug
Moon
production
cheese is
and
a
100%
stinky
tariffs
thing right
on
now.
Countries that buy Russian oil, specifically India and China. In Washington, I'm Atra Elnashar.
Moon cheese is so stinky right now. The moon cheese stinks. It reeks to high heaven. It reeks all the way to the moon, baby. So I'm conflicted. I think it erases all the gains we've had. You know, like with XRP, for instance, I think it brings it back down to, 250 at least. But it still goes up from there. I'm not saying sell your bag, but I'm saying make sure you've taken profits. I think we get one more last little push the end of this month. Yep, bag of farts. 126, not till the end of the cycle. Not till the end of the cycle. And possibly lower after the cycle. And let me tell you, that 126 should have hit. But as I see now, these markets are being heavily manipulated. They're not allowing it to fall to where it should go. It should have done that, right? But they're not allowing it with fake news and with nonsense. So they're totally manipulating the market. That 126 price point should have already filled. But they won't let it do it because they can't. Donald Trump cannot have that on his record. He cares too much about everything that looks bad on him, right? He cares too much about what people think. Look at that face. Look at it. Okay? Look at that nose. Look at his ear. His ear looks fine. That's a good plastic surgeon. That is a good plastic surgeon right there. The best money can buy. Yeah. We should have hit 126. That should have happened. Okay? Nate says Trump's a champion. Dude, Trump... I mean, think about it. He's kind of right. Yeah, I'll look at HBAR in a second here. Let me get through this segment of news, and then we'll go back into TA. Shot with a Nerf gun. I know that was real. Okay, that was real.
I don't think it was meant to kill anybody. I think it was for show. Of course, that's my opinion.
I'm not
We don't
sure.
know because he never brought it up again. For the most petty person on the planet, he just never addressed it ever. Don't you think that's weird?
That is concerning. That is a red flag. But
Just saying.
I'm telling you, there are people saying it was a BB gun. It was a real gun. Okay, somebody really got shot, and I don't know. That's a deep.
No one will ever know.
That's a deep rabbit hole, for sure. And they were supposed to do a probe, like to look into the assassinations and all of that. None of that ever came
They didn't
about.
want it.
Now everyone cares about Epstein stuff. I feel like that would be the perfect way to distract people, is do the probe into the assassinations And I think that's why they released the MLK files. But all we got from that was this.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Oh, boy, I've been waiting for this. What's up, Mitch? Oh, I've been waiting for this.
That's all we got.
That's all we got.
That's all we got. Oh, man. Okay. So Trump says U.S. may not reach a trade deal with China. Or, excuse me, Canada. Sorry. Trump may not reach a trade deal with Canada. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he does not expect to reach a trade deal with Canada after he gave the country a deadline of August 1st to carve out an agreement. We haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada, Trump told reporters ahead of his trip to Scotland on Friday. I think Canada could be one of where there's just a tariff, not really a negotiation. Boom.
Man, he's really making those deals.
And I think that's the point. I think that's the point, is to have a heavy tariff on Canada and bring all that car manufacturing back to the U.S. That's the main thing, okay? Cars, steel, aluminum, metal, okay? They want to stop trade with Canada altogether, okay? And not just stop it, just tariff it. And that's what it will be. And it will be, we're no longer friends. Why can't we be friends?
He was told in May that he was all over the Epstein files. You can look that up yourself. The president already knew.
Nate says, I thought on these so-called August 1st speculation saying people are going to get a lot of money. The Treasury is going to get a lot of money because the tariffs are going to be massive. So, yeah, the deficit, yeah, the people are going to pay for it. Your car prices are going to skyrocket. If you don't have a car now, you better get one, okay? And if you buy used cars, you better get a used car now because those are going to go up as well. As for me, I have a plethora of cars, okay? And I can fix them myself. I don't need anything except for the parts, but the parts are looking to go up as well. But it's still going to be significantly cheaper. I would much rather have an older car anyway. Anything made before 2006 is going to be like way more quality. And anything before 1995 is going to be even higher quality. They just don't build the cars like they used to, okay? Why do you think they did cash for clunkers? Okay? They squished all the good cars. They squished them all so that people would be stuck in an endless loop of buying new cars. Buy a Toyota, then cheaper parts than most. Yes, Nate, I actually have a 95 Toyota Tercel that I'm restoring right now. We just put a new gas tank in it, new fuel system. I'm actually, after the live ends, I'm going out to go work on it. I cannot wait to have that car ready. It is awesome. They just don't make them like they used to. And the thing gets like freaking 30, 40 miles to the gallon. And it's like the hood on it is like, it needs to be painted, okay? But the rest of the car really just needs a wax. And the inside of the car is like mint condition. It's super nice. I'm going to start driving it. That's the new era of classic cars. I've always been like pre-75, you know, because of I want pre-smog cars because I live in California. But this car, man, it's the new classic car. 95. How old is that, Jesse? 1995. How many years old is it?
30 years old.
30 years. When I was a kid, 30-year-old cars were considered classics. Now I'm an old man, okay, and this 30-year-old Toyota Tercel is probably going to outlive every car that I own. And
my Mercedes is 2000 and it's 25 years old, easy to fix. They don't make them like that. Good gas mileage, like
that Mercedes is nice. That Mercedes is nice. I don't know where you found that thing, but that's a classic car too. And it is sweet. It is mint. Let me tell you, I have newer cars than that Mercedes, and it has more bells and whistles on it than some of the newer cars that are out today. Simont says the Series 300 is the best Mercedes you can buy. Yeah, she's got the 300 like sport coupe 2-door. Like that thing is so badass. And it's like, what is it, a 6 or an 8-cylinder, Jesse?
6.
It's a 6, but it gets mileage like it's a 4-banger.
Yep. I get about 36 miles to the gallon, and that's even just driving the city.
But you have to put premium in it, right?
Yeah, but it's not, what is it, like a 10 cents different in gas? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. That is a nice car. I'm actually really surprised how new that car looks for how old it is. Like when I look at it, I would think that maybe it's 5 to 8 years old. And it's how old? 25 years old? That's crazy.
I had a newer Kia, and that thing was maybe no more than like 6 years old, and it was a piece of everything went wrong with it. Recall after recall, the freaking engine blew. Like it was just a pain, and I was like, I will never buy a newer car again.
Planned obsolescence. They just don't make them like they used to. That's why I'm like, you know what? All I want is this Toyota Tercel. And I like the Tercel better because you don't see them. I like rare cars, right? I want cars that no one else has. You can find a Toyota Corolla or a Camry. You can find those, the 91s and stuff. When was the last time you found a Toyota Tercel? Or have you even heard of it? Like, I'd never even heard of it before. And I was alive when it came out brand new. And you have a Toyota Supra. Now that's a nice car. That's a nice car. I used to have cars like that. I wish I'd have kept more of those cars because I didn't realize how valuable they were going to become. Because the new era of car culture is not V8s. Everybody is into 4 cylinders with like a spoon engine in it or something. All right, let's see here. China suspends tariff exemption for U.S. AG exports. An economist said that China's suspension of U.S. tariff exemptions could impact the future of AG exports. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and the phase on one trade agreement that we had in place. He says China was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. Now, if a producer or buyer in China is looking to buy and buying a shipment of soybeans, they have to start planning on there being tariffs. That's crazy. So even with a trade deal, we're about to see a spike in goods from China.
David Widmar, managing partner and economist at Ag Economic Insights.
David, the trade landscape around the world is ever changing, and there was a recent announcement that China has suspended tariff exemptions for U.S. ag products. Talk a little bit about this and what this means for U.S. ag exports.
Yeah, it adds more uncertainty. It's more, that fog You talk about the fog of war. This is more of that fog of the trade war. We're not crossed uh, the the point of no return, or we haven't quite yet crossed into a full blown trade war, but we're definitely creeping closer to that. August is going to be a really important month for as we think about that. So I guess a little bit of background to this is helpful. It's kind of a they've uh, they're not allowing the exemptions anymore. So on the books, there are tariffs on U.S. ag goods imported into the country of China. There had been an exemption. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and that phase one trade agreement that we had in place. And so China basically was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. And so they have sunset those um, exemptions. And so it's going to take some time to work its way through the system, but we are getting closer. So if a producer or a buyer of soybeans in China is looking at buying a shipment of beans and bring it to China, they have to start planning on there being tariffs being charged for those beans being imported.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the background of the relationship between China and the US and how important China is to ag exports and to farmers. And although we do have a lot of these new trade agreements being negotiated in principle right now, China continues to be a very important partner for the US. Talk a little bit about the role that they play in trade.
Well, China has been a huge backbone of our growth in ag exports over the last 2 decades. China has a couple big things going for it. It has a large population, uh, was the world's largest population, has slipped a little bit, but also had growing incomes. And it's that growing income that had really been a big part of that U.S. export story. They were buying a lot of soybeans. Half of all their purchases have been soybeans. And then another growing segment of that's important to a lot of listeners is also beef. A lot of beef imports have been growing over time. And so those are the two categories that I think is going to hit uh, U.S. producers, farmers, and ranchers here over the next few months. If we don't see progress towards those exemptions going back in place, and ideally removing those tariffs altogether, but we're going to start to see those tariffs being charged, and those buyers are going to be less likely to buy U.S. ag goods and services, namely soybeans and beef, as I mentioned.
Now, how is the market reacting to some of these new trade developments? I know it's an ever changing landscape, and a lot of things can change very quickly.
Yeah, there's not a deficit of information. It's kind of hard to process all the layers of breaking news that come into this. But when we step back and let's think about this over the next, 6 to 12 months, the market right now is really thinking about how big are corn and soybean yields in the U.S. We've got a lot of weather work through. We don't have a lot of weather data, out there. We don't have yield estimates out there quite yet, but we're going to figure out the size of this crop. And the next question is how much are we going to be reliant on exports? Luckily for corn, where we planted a lot of acres, um, the corn export story has been relatively stronger over the last, say, year or so. Corn also isn't as susceptible to the China risk of these tariffs. Now, when we look at
That's
soybeans,
because
of course,
corn
it's
is
going to take us a little bit
subsidized.
longer in the fall to get a good size of how big that soybean crop is. And then the attention is going to focus on those exports. If we have big crops, and there's certainly been uh, some indications of favorable crop conditions, maybe trending that direction towards big yields in the U.S., we're going to rely on exports to really get those ending stocks down and to keep those prices from falling a lot. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of pressure that the markets are thinking about. Big yields could push prices lower. Tariff uncertainties and tariffs being in place would push markets lower. So we want to try to make sure we can avoid that doomsday scenario, I guess, or that maybe not doomsday scenario, that scenario where we have big crops and no export markets to send that to. That would be a really difficult spot for the U.S. producer and the commodity market prices.
With this uncertainty, what do farmers need most to provide them some certainty with trade, especially in the current marketplace where commodity prices are down and farmers are continuing to struggle?
Yeah, so there's factors that are part of producers inside of the domain of things that producers can control. So when they think about 2026, they need to start thinking about how can I lower my cost of production? We planted this crop in a lot of cases with a budget that wasn't very optimistic. We had some government payments that helped offset that, but we don't have a government payment system in place at this point for the next 6 to 12 months. And so we got to start thinking about what costs do we need to trim. I think producers also need to be very focused on their cash flow, know where their cash flow situation is going to be in 3, 6, 12 months. That's going to help them know when they need to market some grain. It helps them understand how they're going to go about financing their operation heading into 2026. And then, of course, the next piece here is to keep an eye on these markets. I think, in an ideal world, we get through some of this weather uncertainty. That'll happen in the next 6, 8, 12 weeks. We also need to get through some of this market uncertainty, in the best case situation, there'd be a trade deal with China that lasts a long time. And if we can't get that, then maybe we could get another 6, 12 month negotiation period, so that way we can avoid that situation where there are tariffs being charged and the Chinese buyers are looking elsewhere around the world instead of to the U.S. for their ag goods. I think the last piece here that producers should be thinking about and should be keeping an eye on is just keep an eye on the long run. Keep an eye on what are your goals, what are your strategies, what are the things you're working for, and make sure that you keep that in mind. It could be a little frustrating and stressful if you're watching the markets from day to day and watching all this uncertainty, but it's always helpful to step back and say, hey, what am I doing in this operation? What do I want to do for the rest of my career and for the next generations? And that can be helpful to help you navigate some of those uncertainties and those periods of great question.
Just to kind of hit home on the importance that ag exports play to the United States, the USDA recently released some statistics saying that agricultural exports contributed $362.4 billion to the U.S. economy in 2023. Just talk again about the importance of ag exports and I guess just about these numbers in general and how we can continue to grow ag exports.
Well, the first thing that we think about is for just crops. We have soybeans and corn, they hang out at 80 to 95 million acre plantings each. Well, we have about 25 million acres of trade that is specifically earmarked to China. And so that's a really important, really big.
There's a poll at the top of your screen.
Going just to China. So
click there and vote.
Here is, okay, if we're not trading with China, what's the long run strategy?
Click on the poll and vote.
It's usually lower commodity prices that sort that problem
It's
out.
free.
That's not a story that the American farmer wants to hear. I think the other piece that we looked at is more broadly, around a third of U.S. ag production, again, this is of crops, is tied to trade. And so we have an ag sector in our economy that is very trade dependent. And we all know about the inelasticities of commodity prices. If we are less competitive or we have a smaller stake in that, it's going to come through in the form of lower prices. Domestic usage is always a bright spot and it's always an opportunity, but unfortunately that takes a lot of time to get those economic signals and those plants planned and built and up and running. So this is ultimately a lot of short run risk that in the long run we can work through. It's just how we're going to get from the short run. What is the short run going to be? What are we going to do? And what are we going to do to move through the short run to a long run?
Yeah. It'll take time for them to plant crops, build facilities, factories. So we're going to see shortages and price hikes before we see things come down. I think in the long run, 5-10 years down the road from now, it'll be good, but it's going to hurt first. Can't vote, you're a mod. Well, there's a poll up there. I don't know. It should be like right around here somewhere. Maybe like right here. Should be a poll. Chat, click on it. It's only got 40 seconds left. Vote and tell me what you think. And if you can't find it, just put your answer in the chat. The question is will the tariffs dump the markets? Yes, no, or moon cheese? All right. Yes, no, or moon cheese. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Seamont says no. I'm thinking moon cheese, baby. Everyone thinks no, so that makes me feel like yes. This is why I'm anybody else. What is your take? Do you think obviously it's not going to dump the market, but do you think it's going to play no role at all? Do you think it's going to affect it a little bit and then just keep going from there? Cuz I think it'll get a bit of a pullback, but like things like Fartcoin, it'll just continue on its trajectory like it has. SXT will get a nice pullback and have an entry zone for it. XRP, I think, is going to suffer the most. In my opinion, I think XRP is going to suffer from tariffs the most because not only is it going to get the tariff sell-off, it's going to get the end of the month sell-off. The Ripple dump, right? The Ripple dump. I think XRP suffers the most. Yeah, it'll be your last chance. Have you been watching Morningstar Inc., Oz? I don't even know what that is. What's Morningstar Inc.? I don't have Jessie anymore. Jessie had to go to do her live. So she's on a different show right now. She's with the Queens of Crypto. She has now been dubbed a Queen of Crypto. Thanks to the GOAT. The GOAT has made her a queen in the crypto space. You told me a few weeks ago. Honestly, dude, I haven't had the time. I haven't looked into it. I'll have to look into it. Let me make a note here, okay? Let me write it down here somewhere. I'm old school. Got to have pen and paper. All right. What was it called? It was called Morningstar Inc. Is it a project? Is that what it is? Or is it like a show? How soon on XRP trying to ride to 350 to sell for profits? I think it gets one last little pump. I think 350 is definitely a doable goal. You've got 5 days. You got 5 days to make a deal. I would say even less. You have like 3 or 4 days. And I think we get that pump in the next 3 or 4 days because of moon cheese. And then, yeah, I'm going to do TA. We got some time. I'll run over. All right. I will go late. And hopefully you guys will gift me for staying late. You don't have to if you're a subscriber. But we've made about $12, $13 this live, $12.82 we've made. I'm hoping to get profitable at some point, you know? And if you don't want to give, oh, thank you for the monkey. If you don't want to give gifts, you can send donations right now. Donations is where it's at. I'm giving 50% of those to the Operation Underground Railroad to help child essaying and trafficking. Got to go into work. All right, let me pull it up real quick. I got you, brother. I got you. Don't go anywhere. H-bar. H-bar. This is what I see concerning here. Same thing. with XRP. It looks like it could be a Head and Shoulders. That would send it down to 18 cents. Somewhere around there. 18 cents. So, and it could only drop to like 20 cents. Okay? Like 21 cents. But the low would be 18 cents. I think it drops to like 21. Okay? But before it does that, I'm thinking it gets a little push, which may break the pattern. Okay? And if it does, it would break up, and let's say it hits like just above 30 cents, like 32 cents. And then it would be this ascending, broadening wedge thing right here, which would send it up and then would come crashing back down to the same price point. Buy fart coin to break resistance. I could buy some more. I could throw another 100K at it. It's going to go, though. It's a nice doji. Okay? It's going to go. All right? I'm not worried about this one. This one, it's fart coin. For the love of God, it's fart coin. It's going to do well. I've actually been waiting for this pullback because I wanted to buy more in July, and I didn't buy because I was like, oh, maybe the tariff thing will screw it all up. And it just kept going. So I've been waiting for it to pull back here where it did perfectly. So I've actually been timing this thing for a little while now. You guys know this is like the only meme coin that I'm super bullish on. This thing is what I want to see when it comes to a meme coin. And I'm going to keep swing trading it like it is. So, but I wanted to throw a lot more into it. SXT is about to get a nice move, I think. I think it'll take a few days. I think what'll happen is it'll try, and it could head and shoulders and come back down. And it would probably come down to 7 cents, maybe 7.5. That's where I'm thinking. Maybe it comes all the way down to 5 cents. If it does, I hope so, because my fart coin will pump hard. I'll take that out of it and trade it and put it right back into SXT. That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I moved out of SXT, because this one's going to take a little more time for it to move. And maybe it just shoots up, maybe it goes up here to 15 cents for the next push, maybe like 13.5 and then 15. Thoughts on Tell? My thoughts are, Nate, that you got to be a subscriber. I am no longer doing free TA because it's become a bit overwhelming, and we need more subscribers. Cardano, I'll do Cardano again. Have a good night, Simont. Cardano and Algo. Cardano is going to do well in alt season. I'll tell you that right now. This one's going to do really well. So, yeah, this one's due for a pump. 99 cents to $1 from here. This one should go 99 cents to $1. But technically, this double bottom kind of played out. It seems a bit weak. Like it should go to 99 cents to $1. And that would be a good fulfillment. But technically, it has this right here, though. This right here should send it back up in the short term to 89 cents. At least. If it's not going to drop out. This is in the day. Yeah, it could very well, because of tariffs, come up like this and double top and come back down. And that would send it down to 62.81 to 61.27. That's about where it would fall to. It could very well only fall to 65 cents. And I would probably lean more towards that 64, 65 cents. That's more likely to happen. But it could very well fall to those lower lows if it does that. But it should, the charts say that it wants to go to $1, but we don't know because the whole tariff thing, right? We just don't know. I hope that the tariff thing dumps Bitcoin and alts run. I hope that that's the catalyst that ignites alt season. That's what I'm leaning towards, and that's what I'm seeing with everyone saying that tariffs aren't going to matter this time. No one cares. I think you're right, because people want alt season, and they're like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to dump and it's going to ignite alt season, or it's going to create a buying opportunity for alt season. Either way, this could be the catalyst that ignites it all. Algorand. I'll tell you what, I can't own enough of this stuff. Same thing on this one. It got its double bottom. It's technically played out its double bottom. But this one should get a pump at least up to 31 cents. Okay? It has this trend. There's your trend right there. So let's say we don't go into alt season, it's going to follow this. So it could come down a little more, it could come up and then down a little bit, but then it would come up and touch at like 25, 26 cents over here around September, and then come down. And that's if the cycle's over. But I just don't think it is. I'm not buying this. I just don't think that's what's going to happen. I really don't. I think what's going to happen is this thing's going to break up to 75 to 78 cents, maybe 80 cents. Seems more likely. Magical disappeared. Are those projects for me to look up? I'm assuming that they're like meme coins or something. Me Cheeky, I do apologize. I saw you earlier, and we were in the middle of the news. I do apologize. Me Cheeky is one of the funniest guys ever. He subscribes just to send me funny jokes. I'm so sorry, buddy. Hey, I need a joke. But it's got to be TikTok friendly. I know you got one, bro. My guys' jokes are not TikTok friendly, I'll tell you that right now. Hilarious, though. Some of them are bad. Some of them are really bad. How do you sub? What you're going to do is there's down on the bottom here, there's a button. Let's see here. Where is it at here? Where's the sub button at? That's a good question. Okay. So down in the bottom left, there's a thing that says Service Plus, okay? It's like a yellow box with like an arrow going up. What the heck? Visibility restricted. Somebody flagged me. No, we didn't do Twitch today. No Twitch. TikTok exclusively today. What's going on? I don't know. I lost everything. We just got hit with a shadow banana. Are you guys there? You guys can't see me? I got hit with a banana. Hold on. I'm trying to get the appeal. Appeal not approved. We got hit with a banana.